Let's start up. All right, you guys are live.
Well, welcome to the March 14th Raleigh County Commissioners meeting. Please stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you pull up who's on Zoom on the other side there for us? I know we got some people coming today. Thank you, sir.
Anybody on Zoom? Any public comments?
Yeah, two real quick ones.
All right.
John Elderman, Public Works. Just let you know, we had a little fire that lasted pretty much all day at the landfill and the compost pile. But when they left Saturday, it was taken at least out. The fire department went home. All good for now. Haven't heard any more this morning.
Okay.
And today, road and bridge crews starting their 410s.
That's, last time I checked, that's not the proper way to do compost, is it? I thought maybe there's nutrients I'm missing or something, but usually that's not the way you do
Well, it's
compost.
supposed to heat up to help heat it up.
Yeah, I know it does. Yeah.
Really?
Really.
Not the way I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just checking.
Any other public comments? Sorry, commissioner comments. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going back to last Monday since we're
Long line.
Thursday. Last Monday, met with the kitchen client to go over several plans I had developed for the space, and the family is to go over ideas and determine several issues before I can proceed. In the evening, I attended a Zoom panel discussion sponsored by the AAUW in conjunction with International Women's Day. The panel included women from Sri Lanka, Nigeria, United States, Afghanistan, and China. They discussed various cultural differences in their countries with ours and the hurdles in coming to the United States. For instance, lack of access to health insurance and navigating that system, language, cultural differences, visa problems, coming during the COVID pandemic, and other issues that they were faced in a new country. There was a good Q&A session, and it was interesting to listen to the differences and similarities between our countries and the different cultures. Tuesday, I was on In Focus at the K-Man Radio, on the K-Man Radio program. Julie Gibbs had a portion of the time and discussed the health department changes and programs. I discussed the North County Ambulance, the Real Economic Development Conference, legislative issues concerning our consolidated RCPD, and various other issues. There were about 3 people who called into the program with questions, which other than the normal 2, we had 3. That's good. It was interesting. Afterwards, I did grocery shopping for the Thursday common table meal and sent the menu recipes to the cooking team and assembly team. Wednesday, last Wednesday, I attended the annual Township official meeting at Potter Hall. This was the first time I've attended that meeting and got to talk to quite a few of the township officials. Presentations were made by Kate Pulaski and Daniel Garris of NBAP. They showed pictures of the facility and explained the research and the work that they are doing at the facility. The campus consists of 48 acres and 700,000 square feet of facility space. Self-contained, and recently it was awarded the U.S. Green Certification, the gold status of that certification. The Plum Island facility will continue to operate in some areas of work until all operations can be transferred to Kansas. They're opening their doors and staffing in person starting March 28th. So, other presentations were made by Mike Bowler, KDOT, LTAP, and the KAC local road engineer, who discussed duties and legislative requirements of the township officials. That was interesting. I didn't realize that they were really had those many their legislative duties. Anyway, then there was a short business meeting, and the interim chairman, Terry Henry, was elected as their chairman. Then they had a great lunch afterwards. It was more like a dinner. So that was a good day. Thursday, the county was closed due to the snowstorm. I shoveled a lot of snow, stayed off the road. I did spend some time working in my office and going over taxes and reorganizing some things. Friday, I attended the weekly meal leaders meeting at my church. We discussed opening in-person dining in April and how to get more volunteers activated. To-go options will be offered. And I think most of the locations are starting to open up too. So. Later in the afternoon, I stopped by the museum to see how things are going. I had a really good discussion with the staff. So that's it for me.
All right. John. Okay.
Well, for me, I guess I started off on Tuesday afternoon by going to Topeka to meet with the doctor. Not the best way to start off the week, obviously, but just trying to find a different path and direction forward on a couple of health-related challenges. So far, so good, I think. It's going to take some time to figure all of it out, so it is what it is. Wednesday, I too attended that township officials meeting. Catherine covered it pretty good, so I don't really need to go for that. I was just glad to see that we had one again finally. We hadn't had one since March of 19. So it had been quite some time. And I kind of feel like maybe with so many different new people at the township level, there's a lot of still some more education, something that still needs to be part of that process. It sounds like to me. I don't know how we go about doing that moving forward without crossing boundaries and lines, but I think something we need to think about. Also on Wednesday, I had my monthly Microsoft Teams call with NACO's Community Economic and Workforce Development Committee. Had two presentations. The first was from Daniel Getzel, Program Officer, Entrepreneurial Lead from National Science Foundation. Spent some time talking and discussing the newly developed Technology Innovation Partnership, or TIP. But I know a couple other programs by that, so duplicate acronyms instead of just long. And the other one was from Vicki Watson, who was the executive director from the National Community Development Association. She discussed National Community Development Week and other advocacy opportunities. Our legislative director, Michael Matthews, gave us a pretty good and robust update from what's happening on Capitol Hill. We'll meet again on April 13th. Also last Wednesday, after that meeting, I joined in on NACO's national membership call to listen to the final negotiations on the fiscal year 2022 omnibus bill spending package, approximately 1.5 trillion. Get past this last Friday's stopgap deadline for the federal government. Leadership team were on the call to outline some key provisions, including possible taking back of unused, unallocated ARPA funds along the way. I don't know if that made the final passage or not. I'm still trying to figure that one out this morning, but they did outline some things leaders could do locally to ensure those funds are available and the priorities with them moving forward. So just something to think about. Thursday afternoon, as mentioned, the county was closed. I still met with our CP interim director, Kurt Muldrup, to catch up on a few items. The first time I've had a chance to catch up with him since he took over that position. Although we spoke quite a bit during his time on the EOC during the height of the pandemic, it was still good to catch up on some law enforcement related things. And considering everything that was going on with them, traffic related and everything else on Thursday, I'm still thankful he spent some time catching up with me. Wanted to take a moment and mention and congratulate the Manhattan Area Technical College on their plans on a $35 million college and career center. that they are making plans to build on current site. It's wonderful news, not only just for the college, but for the region. It's really a unspoken educational gem for our area here. So I'm glad to see they've got a plan moving forward. I'm a 2003 grad myself, so very excited to see this expansion taking place. Also wanted to mention, at least as of Friday, since I don't know what happened over the weekend, but Friday it was mentioned that Ascension Via Christi was caring for 0 COVID-19 patients at their facility. To my knowledge, unless we've missed something and they didn't lay it out either, it's the first time since very early 2020 that's been the case. So it's really good that they finally have an opportunity to just kind of relax. We know trends will go up and down potentially, but just have a time to chat, relax, and have a little bit of reflection at this point in time and just kind of breathe some fresh air. So looks like the K-State men not only lost to West Virginia in the first round, but lost the head coach too. Be interested to see what happens there. The women lost to Texas in the first round as well, but secured a bid to the NCAA tournament as a 9th seed. Guess they're playing Washington State on this upcoming Saturday. K-State baseball beat Nebraska mid last week and won all 3 over the weekend against Central Connecticut. So that's good. And speaking of baseball, very happy to see the end of the lockout. So we're going to have a full season ahead of us this year. So we'll have something to do after college basketball. I guess my last thought this morning is, can we just pick a time and just go with it?
Yeah.
Spring ahead, fall back. I don't care which one. Let's just pick one and go with it, please. That would just be nice.
Yeah.
Such a struggle.
I'll talk
Such a
to the
struggle.
Kansas legislature.
Something. Yeah, it is the states that decide that, but let's pick one and just go with it. Seriously. And that's all I've got this morning.
All right. Also, long list, like it's been a week, but Tuesday was the first Flint Hills Veterans Coalition meeting of the year. After the Veterans Parade, they always take a few months off. They reviewed the year-end financial statement and started planning for this year's parade. They're going to start having a second meeting in the evening each month for veterans who can't get away during the day. It's usually like 10 o'clock in the morning, so they're going to have one in the evenings every month too. And this year they're wanting to start emphasizing things they do besides the parade. They have scholarships for veterans to K-State, Manhattan Christian, and to Manhattan Tech. They have some podcasts where they have veterans sharing memories. They've got a veterans home repairs program, and the cemetery monuments cleaning, and working on replacing the cannons that are outside the log cabin at the city park. Tuesday evening, I attended the Manhattan High School band concert. There were 3 different bands performed, and it was really good. They all did a really nice job. Wednesday morning, I also attended the Township officials meeting. Covered that well. I'll skip all my notes there. Wednesday evening, I attended Randolph City Council meeting to update them on county business. They wanted to know why the ambulance was being located in Leonardville, and I had taken the information that David Adams had prepared, went over that. Then I also had to explain why we were no longer doing the code enforcement in Randolph. The mayor said I was 0 for 2. I agreed, but said that's why I went to the meeting, was to let them know why those decisions were made. Thursday, we received what I hope is the last blast of winter. Friday morning, I visited with the staff at the museum about some of the adjustments they're making and what the plans are for the future. Saturday, I attended services for Greg McHenry, and it was very well done service. Very nice. And huge crowd, obviously. Sunday evening, we attended the selection show watch party for the K-State women's basketball at the Shamrock Zone. Nice. And it was fun to see how excited they were when their name comes up on the screen. Yeah, everybody get cheering. Yeah, Washington State, their coach is Cammy Etheridge.
Yeah, that's
Assistant
right.
coaches, Deb Patterson and Lori Kane.
That's interesting.
Yeah. They say, oh, they just randomly.
And as another caveat on there, their current president is Dr. Schultz, who's
Oh, that's right.
Oh, really?
ours.
I
Yeah,
did
that's
not
right,
know
that's
that.
right. We got the
Lots of
Schultz
state
too.
connections. yeah.
Interesting.
They say that they don't make those, but it's just Iowa and Iowa State are in the same bracket. And I think they set things up a little bit, but it was good to see. They did play there, going to Raleigh, and they played there early in the year. Game with North Carolina State, which that'd be their second game.
Right.
It was good to see him and good to see everybody in person there. It was a good deal. I think that concludes everything that you guys have.
If the chairman would entertain, I think Mr. Nell missed
Did you have-
public comment, if the
Yep.
chairman would
I
allow.
got stuck in a train. If you don't mind in 3 minutes.
Oh, sure.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Just wanted to come quickly and come in front of you again. I have sent 2 emails that have fallen on deaf ears. Nobody has come back to us.
Just state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave Nels. Okay. I live at 7114 Lakeland Drive. So I have not heard anything. I've requested some information on a KDHE meeting that was held. I'd like to know who was at that meeting. And the decisions, I've received the 15th signature on the documents. Still the 16th is gone. I don't know where she's at, but I haven't heard nothing from them. But we are still waiting on a permit, trying to fix what was wrong when we bought the property, was not disclosed to us. We have not heard one thing from anybody within the county about this project and how we're gonna fix it, or how we're gonna get the permit. We have a secondary idea that allows for the extensions to be on property, the tank to be out under structure and out under concrete. We have those plans. We just want to move forward. We just want to have this done. I don't want to go further. I don't want to have attorneys involved. I don't want any of those kind of things. I just want to fix this problem, something that I inherited, something that we didn't do, we didn't cause. But we're trying to fix this and we're trying to do it correctly and we're trying to do it within reason, but we can't get the permit. So I just want you to know that I have not been contacted by anybody. And I don't understand why we're being disrespected in that regard, that we can't have any type of return and to let us know some transparency in this project. That's all. Okay.
Thank you.
Couple follow-up questions, Craig. Has the attorney been reached out to?
Your email questions, your answers were given to your attorney last week. By both hard mail, letter, and email.
Okay. Why can't we get copied on that? Why is it so difficult for us to be kept in the loop?
Because attorney ethics say that I cannot communicate with another attorney's client. So I have to give my information. I have to communicate to your attorney. I cannot communicate to
You
you.
picked up a phone call that was not meant for you, but you interfered in a phone call. You picked up in a call and said that I'm not supposed to talk to you, but I'm going to. So don't tell me that doesn't happen.
I listened to you that day, but I told you I could not talk with you. So I cannot email. And this is not.
That's a lie. Did you talk?
This is not a discussion.
Okay, you're right, it's not, so why did you get involved?
I cannot communicate with you because you have an attorney. The information has to go to your attorney.
All I'm saying, folks, is that if this continues to go on the way it is, I will expose what's happened. And I don't want to do that. We are being treated unjustly, unfairly, and disrespectfully. And we are taxpayers, and we are absolutely trying to move the tank from underneath structure that's been allowed by the county. It's too close to the house, been allowed by the county. Short in septic linear feet, been allowed by the county. Underneath the floodplain, allowed by the county. Off our property line, allowed by the county. All we're asking is for the permit to create what's supposed to be right according to the state and according to the county. The easement has nothing to do with what we're trying to fix and adjust. It has everything to do with the county's allowed in the past. That's what the easement is for. We want to extend the easement on, or the
linear feet on our property, put the tank on our property. If that were the case, if there wasn't an easement involved, this permit would already be issued. And that's the truth. Because the tank is on our property, out from under structure. The linear feet that we're adding would be on our property. But because the county has allowed permits in the past and allowed things to happen in the past, wasn't disclosed to us, not the county's fault, maybe a realtor's fault, I don't know. But what is there is the county's fault. All we're asking is a permit to make it right. The easement can take its time. We record that whenever we get everything done. If we have to have 16 of 16. If a majority could be agreed upon, we have that.
Thank you, David.
Ready for business, commissioners?
Yep.
First item I have. Bid recommendations 22 grounds maintenance, to accept the bid from Rockwell Landscape in the amount of $19,602 with the option to renew the contract for 4 additional years.
Thoughts, questions? I'll go ahead and make a motion then that we accept the bid recommendation for the 2022 Riley County ground maintenance.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the low bid from Rothwell Landscaping. All in favor?
Aye.
Next item, commissioners, Riley County Conservation District 2022 budget.
I would make a motion to approve the conservation 22 budget.
I've got one thing on that. The motion's fine, but is that, I don't know where that was at in terms of last year. Same, different?
The amount that was in the budget.
What?
Yeah, it was the amount that was approved in the budget, but to the previous year for 2021, I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah. Off the top of my head.
I was trying to look through my stuff to find that, and that one I didn't find, so.
Yeah, if they ever get any increases, theirs are always very modest at all, if they get any. And it made a bit flat.
I think it looked like it was, to be honest with you, but like I said, that was the one.
Yeah.
That was the one number that wasn't in my saved packet, I guess. So.
They're a very modestly ran organization.
Okay, sorry, I just had to ask. I'll go ahead and second
that's
the
okay.
motion, that's fine.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Conservation District budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman sign, please. Next, commissioners, I have Raleigh County Personnel Action Forms, Lindsay Ekstrom, Clerk Analyst 1, Treasurer's Office, and then Greg McKinney, County Appraiser. That's some additional ones here. So, must have got added late. Taylor Pierce, EMT, EMS Ambulance, new hire. New hire, Emily Ashland, EMT Paramedic. Separation of service, Matthew Othoff, EMT paramedic. And then separation of service, Lindsay Taylor, EMT.
Yeah, those are.
They're all listed on
they're
there.
in there.
Okay, they weren't in the business section. What are there?
Yeah,
Second,
they're there.
second group, gotcha.
Yeah.
You got the 2
Second
separate
group,
groups.
Is it okay to go ahead and make a motion to approve payroll and accounts payable while we're signing stuff to move things along?
You bet.
Okay.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve payroll and accounts payable. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All 3 signed, 3 documents, please.
commissioners have any changes for the minutes?
I did not.
No,
Get a motion on the minutes, commissioners?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the minutes from the March 10th, 2022 Riley County Commission meeting.
I would second that.
Then move in second to approve the minutes of the March 10th meeting. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
With the tentative agendas, okay, commissioners?
Good morning, Manhattan on Monday, on Thursday, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Everybody good with breakfast?
Yes.
Those in person.
I actually think they're discussing about keeping that one virtual. Yeah. Something may change with that. They just said they are actually getting better turnout for it. I know it's supposed to be a networking meeting, and I still struggle with being able to network
Yeah.
virtually, but yeah, I get your point.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners?
I have nothing.
Next time up at 9 o'clock.
Can I take a minute to ask Craig a question? Okay, Craig, in attorney-client privilege, can the client give the attorney or you permission just to copy them?
Since the attorney-client privilege is a duty of the attorney, if the attorney can approve contact with the client can't. So it's the obligation of the attorney to maintain attorney-client privilege. And so obviously that would be a discussion between Mr. Nels and his attorney, but it would be technically the attorney has to give permission for the other attorney to contact their client.
Does Mr. Nels know that?
I mean, again, that's a discussion, but that's a discussion that those two should have,
Yeah, I
so.
should have asked that when he was here, it just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give advice to Mr. Nels as to what he should do or not do in this case. It's a discussion it's an obvious discussion at this point in time. I think that Mr. Nels and his attorney ought to have.
Yeah. Maybe one of us can email and tell him that.
Well, but see, I got to caution the board in that, is that as county counselor's office, you're our client, and this applies to even county staff we work with, is that we can't have a client or staff do what we can't do. So I can't ask you to contact Mr. Nels because if I can't do it, you can't do it, and so. And if you do it, it comes back on us because it's our obligation to maintain that duty. So.
And he has reached out to me too, and I don't know what to do because I don't want to throw a wrench in the scenario. So.
Well, and your contact with Mr. Nels is somewhat more complicated because you are public officials that he can approach, and so he can approach and really have this conversation with you. You just can't. It's odd thing to say, but you just can't engage with him, And that phone call, he came to the office and I picked it up, and it was Mrs. Nels first, and then he got on the line, and once I realized what it was, I said, I can't talk with you about that, so.
Okay, well, that kind of clears it, because, we all got the email, I didn't know what to do either with it.
Yeah.
Respond to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, if you get an email that's copied to all of us, let us respond to that because
Okay.
you really should not respond because again, we can't ask you to do something that we can't do. And I have to apologize. I'm right now gonna send, I did get a response. Well, I hand delivered a hard copy letter to his attorney's office Friday afternoon. And then Perry sent me, it was there's two questions there. One was for me to answer, one was for Perry. Perry emailed me his. And so then I put his in an email, but also attached my letter to that email and sent that to to the attorney Friday. And I copied everybody but you folks, and I apologize that
Okay.
Friday. I was under some self-imposed stress to get to Greg McHenry's visitation Friday night. And as you'll see, my last email went out about 10 till 6. And so I'll get the documents to you now so you can take a look at it. But I say I got the information to Mr. Irvin late Friday. I had some interruptions last week, but I wanted to craft a good response. And I had Elizabeth take a look at it and Clancy. And so we did answer the questions he got to Mr. Irvin, and that's the best we can do right now. I know he's somewhat frustrated by that.
It's kind of hard to sit here and not say anything,
Well,
but
yeah.
it's kind of.
Rich's time.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, it is.
Ready, Commissioners?
Yeah.
Okay, first item we have is the 2022 year-to-date wages and overtime compared to budget report. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, the 16.67% point in time of the year. That's just kind of what we use as our barometer to gauge where the departments are respectively within their budgets. It's not always an apples to apples, but it gives us a good general idea about approximately where departments should be. You can see everyone's doing pretty good so far. It's early in the year. Point out the center column there, percentage of overtime regular wages. Of course, the bold 60.84% EMS ambulance is regular budgeted due to their 24/7 schedules that they have. The overwhelming majority of their overtime is budgeted and anticipated. The next highest would be, of course, public works, solid waste. Of course, they're the ones, noxious weed as well, the ones responsible for getting out in the inclement weather. When we have these snow days and coming up this spring, you never know with flood days as well and flood cleanup. Overall, we're at 6.95% in overtime. Commissioners have any questions on that first page? Next pages are just a little bit more detailed breakdown of the salaries and wages of the respective departments between regular salaries, seasonal, temporary, and overtime for the respective departments. If the commissioners go through those, have any questions, be glad to get you more detail. Any questions on those? Next report is 2022 year-to-date budget activity. Once again, we're comparing it to the 16.67%. You can see those highlighted in the blue are those that have exceeded that amount to this point in time. Many of those are cyclical in nature, such as juvenile detention. We pay them quarterly. Budget appropriations and get paid out 50% the first part of the year, the other 50% second half. Insurance is cyclical based on when we're required to pay those premiums. Noxious weed, they may have had some chemical or supplies that they bought at the beginning of the year that put them just a little bit over that. And we always do the general fund transfers at the beginning of the year. So all of those should balance out by the end of the year. But if they don't on this page, it's all of those respectively, collectively, that have to be over 100% because they're all in the general fund by statute. I'd like to point out 2 lines down from that widest blue section, county general is that 0.96%. That's typical. That's because we have that large budget stabilization amount in there. Commissioners have any questions on that first page? Next page, you can see those additionals, economic development, RCP operations as well. They get paid appropriations out of there. So that's why those are over that 16.67%. Rural fire capital outlay obviously had a large purchase. Technically by state law, any capital outlay fund is not required to be budgeted. Riley County decades ago now has taken the approach to budget all funds.
So every dollar we have is in our public budget, not required by state law, but we have them in there. Of course, as you know, we watch these by the end of the year, and if there are any that are have exceeded the 100%, we do a budget amendment so we comply with state law. Any questions on that second page? Third page is all enterprise funds. Enterprise funds require no ad valorem taxes. It is funded all by residents that live or own property in those districts. Deep Creek Reserve, you can see, is currently at 42.37. I would imagine it will balance out by the end of the year. Our office works closely with the Public Works Office on monitoring those to see where they will be at throughout the end of the year. Any questions on those? Next report is 2022 County General. Has personnel, contractual commodities, and that miscellaneous budget stabilization is the amount, the $3,050,000 I referred to earlier. The reason why that percentage is atypically low compared to the rest of the budgets. I'd like to remind the public and the commissioners that personnel salaries get paid directly out of this. It is for separation of service pay, is what that personnel portion is. Commissioners have any questions on that? Next comparison, this report compares 2021-22 expenses. Something had been requested by previous commissions years ago. Just a snapshot for the commission to see comparative previous year's month, and then also year-to-date month to see the differences, how much it may be higher or lower. Just kind of a snapshot. It's not always an apples-to-apples comparison, but if it ever have any questions on why from one year to the next, we'd be glad to get the commissioners the detail on it. Any questions on this report? Next report's RCP expenses by Riley County. Physician laboratory, all the various medically related, office space, rental. These are all expenditures other than the budget appropriations at the bottom. All the other expenditures are paid 100% by a Riley County entity only. The city of Manhattan does not contribute any funding to this. Like this next report a little bit better. It gives a good snapshot of the comparatively to the previous years. Physician, you can see the last couple years has been higher. We had a couple inmates in there that had some high prescription costs. We're starting out pretty high already this year, so that's something to keep an eye on. I always like to keep an eye on anything medically related. And then also building maintenance, not in recent years, but in previous years has gotten up. They're pretty high. As the commissioners know, all of these funds, as I've stated, are to be funded by Riley County 100%. That's regardless if we budget enough or not. So if we get an extraordinarily high inmate medical cost and haven't budgeted for that, we still have to come up with the funding for it. Any questions on that, commissioners? Next is offsite inmate medical expenses paid by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. That's the third-party entity we contract with. You can see the expenditures there. We started out the year with $31,000 pool. We currently have $29,748 in the pool. Also shows you the average in county inmate daily population, 106. Any questions on that, commissioners? Of course, it's early in the year, and then also the savings from the Medicaid rate in there as well. Any questions, commissioners? You guys, if the commissioners take any time and go through those reports in any more detail and have any questions at any time, drop us an email, give us a call. If you want more detail, we'll get you as much detail as you would like on any of those. Next, commissioner, we have David Willis at 9:15. Come on, David.
Morning.
What's Christian doing? Good weekend.
Yeah, All my taxes.
Fun.
So my mom. Working grab my ski gear.
Most importantly, what?
Grab my ski gear.
Ski gear. Where you going to Colorado or?
Yeah, I'm gonna drive out to Steamboat Thursday. We'll stop in Denver at midnight if I'm too tired.
Uh-huh.
Did more brother, but if I'm not, I'm just gonna finish it. Get here about 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I just like to just drive and go.
And then wake up at 7.
Just go and get there.
To get there.
Did you get the brackets all filled out?
Yes.
I decided this year I was gonna put no research into it. So I did
And
two.
I like that.
That's when I do the best.
Yeah. I did one, it's kind of goofy, a lot of upsets. Then I do one that's a little more straightforward thinking.
The one time I won, I did it in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And we was actually in a pool and I actually won. Well, the ones I researched, I usually get last.
Yeah, because you hear about the top 5 or 10 teams and for that. Especially this year. The first few, well, even.
I
first
could
few,
not
there's a lot.
believe Oklahoma didn't get in.
Yeah.
I understand their overall record, but the last month they've been cleaning up on the top guys.
There's a couple of Big 10 teams that got it.
Yeah, 9 of them.
Impressive.
All I can say is I'm a Kentucky fan at this point in time. That's all I'm gonna say.
Pretty impressive, 2 in the Big 12 top.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
That's happened last year, didn't it? KU and Baylor were #1 seeds last year.
Yeah. Admit us rooting for Tech.
It was 2. I think if both my brackets have Auburn coming out of there, so you'll be happy.
Now and then, maybe that's second.
With all the experts over last night, that's the region everybody has, there's like 5 or 8 teams coming out. And we had pretty consistent on the other 3
Yeah.
of the 2 or 3 teams, but that's what everybody's got wide open.
Tennessee could come out of there. They're pretty tough too.
So that means that'll probably,
No, Wisconsin's in
that'll
that.
probably be the only one where the #1 wins and all the
Number
others.
one.
That's in Tennessee. Texas is thinking after we get rid of him.
It's a good coach.
Very successful.
Yeah.
I laugh every year because they haven't been doing the top experts picks. It's always a 3-1 seat and a 2 seat and a 5-4. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, so surprising. You know,
Ready? For David?
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm David Willis with Riley County Parks Division. Here to discuss the proposal agenda report for the parks in regards to what we normally do with the Seco Park. We write off uncollectible accounts in the park division, accounts receivable. One purpose of the CAR is to recommend the Board of County Commission void the City of Manhattan 2021 park account in the amount of $1,158.13. The other issue was the County Park Advisory Board selected the community park projects at their last meeting, as shown in the attached spreadsheet. This year, $60,000, just like it has been for a number of years, is set aside for the community park purchases, and the purchasing process will begin upon the approval of the commission. So that's the items of discussion.
We do it every year, so it's pretty standard, yeah.
It's a little confusing on why we would do that.
If you look at, you want to answer that, John, or you want me to answer it?
No, I'll let you answer it.
It's been a resolution for like 40 years.
Yeah.
With Seco. As you probably know, Seco is owned by 383, us, and the City of Manhattan. So we have a number of communities. I won't list all those off that are have the opportunity by the $60,000 to be able to spend money on their communities. They just don't have much of a budget. So this allows them to make improvements to their parks. And with the city, we do mowing, some tree trimming along some of the roads at Seco. And this is just a write-off in order so they're not a part of the process that we're giving this money to the other communities. It's kind of what it boils down to. It's been an agreement for 40 years. There's been some adjustments to it ever so slightly.
Makes more sense.
Do we not do the count of the schools?
383, we bill them.
Oh, we do go.
They did take on part of the mowing, or majority of the mowing last year. We still do a fair amount of tree removal. We had a number of trees blow down on 383 and Seco with this last windstorm that we got cleaned up, but they pretty much do the mowing. And so we just bill them for the rest of the work we do.
Oh, okay.
Any other discussion about that?
Jump there and then I lost it.
You want my recommendations or?
No.
Okay.
But like I said, it's pretty standard. We do it every year. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we write off the 2021 City of Manhattan receivables account. And do we need to do the park allocation separate?
He got it.
Yeah, okay,
that's
so,
fine.
I'll leave that motion on the table and we'll do the other one separate.
Okay, I would second that.
And moved and seconded to write off the park fund charges to the city. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Then I'll go ahead and also make a motion that we approve the 2022 Community Park Fund allocation request.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 2022 community park recommendations. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Next, commissioners, you have the request to fill the county position.
Yeah, I debated on going to the services, but I just kind of always feel uncomfortable. I knew Greg, but I didn't know nobody else in the family. And from my perspective, it just, I don't know, those moments should just be kind of family. I've never felt comfortable inserting myself into that. So not that I know family or, offspring, that sort of thing. It's one thing, but just, I don't know, I don't know if it's the right thing to do or not. I'm glad to see at least one of us went.
I didn't go either. There's just so many funerals that, with that,
I had two that day scheduled at the same time.
Yeah.
Greg, 5 years older than me, and he goes 5 years younger. He died from cancer.
Oh, wow.
That's what, so. Friends from Clay Center. I think she's Tony's cousin. Yeah.
Excuse me?
There's enough room under there.
Yeah, I've got one here. It's been here since
Yeah.
beginning of time.
I'll say about one under here.
Oh, up higher?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, check that out.
Good morning, Commission.
Morning.
Come on, Mike.
All right, sir. I hope not.
She driving?
You're not driving, correct?
No, I am not driving.
I would say she's gonna pass.
Oh, okay.
This is why we have children.
Are they legal to drive?
Yeah.
Just making sure we're covering all of our bases.
You
It's
don't
all
have to
good.
answer that.
Yes, I don't have the 4-year-old driving. We're good.
I was trying to see how that camera was positioned because it was to her left. It wouldn't. Yeah, it's not good.
All right, Elizabeth.
Okay, so commissioners, it's with a heavy heart that I come this morning and ask you to please give us the approval to fill the appraiser, county appraiser position.
The technology is great till it doesn't work, huh?
Yeah. Frozen.
Yeah, we lost you.
Yeah, you stalled out on us, Elizabeth.
You can see, sounds like we have a bad connection, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rich, do you want to just talk to them? Thank you.
Yeah, I can take it, Elizabeth. Commissioners, I know you guys were expecting this, unfortunately, under the circumstances, so we would ask to begin the process to replace county appraiser Greg McHenry. Need your authority, like with all positions, to approve the hiring of this position due to the essential nature to Riley County, and everyone in the community understands that this position is definitely essential. Be glad to answer any questions. Knew Greg throughout my whole career. We were good friends throughout my whole career, and I've been here for decades. And so be glad to answer any questions I can for you.
Have you made any changes?
Yeah, I think as Elizabeth stated in the car, she'd researched like 10 counties and then had also, after made the revisions, given it to the county appraiser staff to review to make sure it looked appropriate. And they all agreed that it did. And this was, of course, they used the original one as the base format, but did some updating to it based on what other counties have done and the requirements throughout the state. And so, yeah, there have been some modifications to it, but it has been run through several of the staff in the appraiser's office to review and approve as well.
Well, I think given the timing of everything, I mean, the appraiser's office right now is extremely busy this time. Well, they're always busy, but I mean, they're really busy working on things this year. I think it's extremely important to get that guidance and that direction and leadership in place as soon as possible. So I would definitely be in favor.
So we have to make I would make a motion to approve the advertisement of the county appraiser position.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve advertisement for the county appraiser position. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All three sign, please.
And I would just mention, commissioners, I have spoken with the office there with the leadership that's in the appraiser's office, and we have identified about 3 different routes that we can take to advertise the position and get it in front of people in the state who have this skill set. So we're going to do our best to find the great candidate.
Thank you.
It's good.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have a break until 9:35. That's our no press conference items today.
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out. Thanks for pointing that out.
There is.
Life goes on sometimes.
But where, I heard you said, and I'm proud of you being a Kentucky fan this time of year.
Yes.
But so where are they in the whole big?
They're number 2 seed. They're one of the high 2 seeds too.
In which, where they gonna be at, you know, can you remember?
Oh, I don't. They're in at least a winnable region now.
So who's the one seed in their bracket?
Number one overall is Gonzaga.
I think Gonzaga's bracket.
I don't,
I said, who's number one in their bracket? If they're number two.
I was thinking they were in Arizona, but I don't know what we can see here.
I think Arizona made it this year for the first time in a while, hadn't they?
Yeah, they're number one seed too. They're like the number two overall seed. I was thinking it might be Baylor's. I don't know.
Hey, if Elizabeth was driving this morning, she was driving an English car, I was gonna say.
Oh, yeah.
Be
it's
on the
side,
right-hand
yeah.
side.
Well, sometimes you set those cameras up and
No,
you're
no,
still there and it just
You
kind
can.
of cuts
yeah.
off everything to
Yeah.
your right.
Yeah,
so.
no, you do. Or she get a good nose shot, you know.
Yeah.
No. That was all. A few more minutes. Yeah, you said it there.
Go ahead, Mike.
Right. Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Buller with the Riley County Noxious Weed with the monthly staff update. And you'll have to bear with me, there are a few changes as I had anticipated at this meeting on Thursday. But Mother Nature had different plans for us. We did get snow. With that, we are going into the spring time of the year, so we're starting to get fairly busy at the weed department. We started our spring maintenance on our roadside sprayers, as well as our spring de-winterizing of our mow equipment and tractors. So that's in the process. We're in the process of doing that. Our crews were called out twice last week with a spring snowfall. Thursday with some needed moisture. Actually, we're very happy to see that. And then I have broke the news to John just now that we are looking at changing our trucks from winter snow removal to do some bare ground work. That's always a guessing game. And I'm usually never popular at Public Works because inevitably we change our trucks out and we get another snowfall. So hopefully we will be okay with that this year. We do have a large amount of seeding projects this year. Public Works has been busy cleaning out a lot of roadside ditches. So we have, I would say, almost twice what we normally have. Unfortunately, that's going right into grass seed going through the roof, but we're going to have to make do with that. So we're going to be, as soon as the ground warms up a little bit, this moisture is going to help. We're going to start getting some seed down here real soon. So this month and next month for the weed department, two primary areas of focus are bare ground work, where we do our guardrails, that sort of thing, and then our seeding of our ditches on county roads. We do have an evolving situation with our cost share chemical and the price and availability of chemical. Normally, we are already selling chemical this time of year, and I put a halt to that. And now it may be a halt indefinitely in that all of our chemical manufacturers in 2.5 gallon containers, which we sell for cost share, do not have 2,4-D ester, amine, and glyphosate. Those are staples of what we use to fight the noxious weeds here in Riley County. I am happy to report that I did have some foresight in this matter, and I ordered late in the fall. And so we do have plenty on hand to fulfill our contractual obligations to KDOT. I foresee townships. The township meeting went very well the other day. And I see townships moving forward, maybe more than we have had in the past. So we do have enough chemical on hand to provide those contracts. However, I do not have enough chemical right now to enable the cost share program, which it's not what we like to see, but I can tell you it's not just a local Riley County problem. It's across the state. We just don't have this chemical. And frankly, if we have to make a sacrifice for the ag community as opposed to the noxious weed, that's just so be it. It's the way it's going to happen. But I do want to let the commissioners know that it may be something that people are concerned about, that they can't get the chemical. And when I do get the chemical, it's not going to be at the price that they're used to. So just want to put that out there. And we will be putting, as I update and change that, we will be putting that on our website to keep the public informed as best we can of the evolving situation. But that's exactly what it is. It's evolving every day. Literally, prices are changing per gallon daily with that. So Moving on to the HHW side, we did do a Howie's clean out this last Saturday. We had about 45 participants in that. That's always very popular. We do have recycled paint and some other recyclables out there at our facility. And our officers are out there from 7:30 to 4. So if you're in need of something like that, come on out. We do have our second contractor clean out. It's going to be occurring actually tomorrow with Clean Harbors. Will be our second one of the year, as they do 6 a year now. We used to do 4, now we do 6. We did a couple of weeks ago, had our CWDAK conference, and yours truly, Craig Cox, was there and provided one of our speakers and did a fantastic job. We got a lot of feedback on that, so we're glad to have you, Craig. And it was a well-attended conference this year. And then we just completed our basic noxious weed school here in town. It was held at the Hilton Garden Inn, which I helped facilitate. We had 45 attendees, which is kind of indicative of the amount of turnover we've had in the last year. That is a thing that's required by statute of new department heads, directors of weed departments across the state. So we had 45. Of course, there's 105 counties, but not all of them were directors. I think we had about 20 to 25. But we've had a lot of retirements and turnovers. I've been in this field for 5 years and getting to be one of the old guys, I guess. So class went well, very well attended. And that ended last Friday. And with that, commissioners, any questions about the staff update? There are a lot of changes and we're just going to have to roll with the flow. And I will do my best to keep the public informed and keep them happy as it relates to chemical. But it just kind of is what it is right now.
I'm just impressed Craig knows something about noxious weeds.
He did some studying before.
Ah, okay, that makes sense now.
Craig, I must tell you, I did get I got a call from the state about their comment on not the best written laws in the world. They wanted to make sure I was aware of defending how they were written and why they were written. So I want to share that, pass that forward.
I'll stand by my interpretation.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I told him I thought my tax sales statutes were complicated to read, but nothing compared to their noxious weed statutes.
They're not terribly clear. They're not, but the statutes.
They're a little thorny, for lack of a better term. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll work on those. I haven't worked my way into the weed industry, I guess.
Or the night job.
Yeah, for all of them.
The state guy came after, so he probably sat there and heard that.
Well, Scott Huxley put on the basic weed school the very next week. Yeah. So we had some time together. So he wanted to tell me, set the record straight. I said, well, no harm, no foul. It's subject to interpretation.
As attorneys, we always complain how the politicians write the statutes.
I would say it's the legislators writing the state.
You could have just not could always complain.
And as politicians always argue about the lawyers, and you see why we never get anything done.
He did point out that the laws, the way they're written, do put quite a bit of power to the noxious weed.
Oh, yeah,
as far as what they can do.
A lot of
so it's impressive, really, kind of the power that they by statute. So.
Like I feel powerful.
No. I've been used to enforcing laws for so long time. So
well, I mean, and what I referred to was that the weed directors, they have the ability to do self-help. They can go in if the property owner doesn't do their job, they can go in and do the job for them, and then put that expense on their tax roll. Which is something the county cannot do. We don't have that self-help ability. So the politicians did a good thing for them to take care of those weeds. Give them that power of self-help. That's why we're trying to get constitutional home rule so the county can do that. Oh, I'm sorry.
What I got from that report is we can blame the last big snow of the year on Mike.
Yeah.
And my follow-up to that is, figure out whatever you need to do with the trucks to get us rain, and then I'll make up for it.
That's right. Okay, I washed my car yesterday.
I did too, but that's not working
Getting in my
anymore,
truck.
so, gotta find a
I'm
new
supposed
approach.
to, good snow again.
Maybe I try waxing it. I mean, that's a lot of effort, but it might be worth it.
Had good enough weather to do it this Wednesday in particular.
Yeah.
It's 70s. Brian, how you doing?
Good, how are you this morning?
Good.
Fargo?
Westerville? How you doing? Jeez,
You got dollars getting, you're gonna be forced.
tough time getting ready. You got to see you everywhere. Yeah, I know. You got any part-time jobs on the weekend?
Sure.
He's talking about himself. I don't know if you want to go there.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, water plants, we need help this week, students are all gone.
Nope.
I don't know why they don't wanna work.
I never had that option. I was going to school.
We're down about 20 people right now this week. I don't believe they get all the discretionary income somewhere.
Got your full-time staff down to 20? I mean.
No, we're about 60, but about 20 kids short this week.
See, you
I
had
see.
They just know better.
You had 2 kids. You don't know where they get their discretionary income.
I didn't work. One reason my son's at Denver because his mother. She asked me questions he doesn't want to answer. Been trying to hire your son.
It's short.
I take him.
It's short, man. He knows how to work.
It's my aide guy.
Guarantee you he knows how to work.
Oh, yeah. I work on him every time I go in there. You don't want to be back.
He's a worker. And
He is, he always has been.
and short.
Chickens at 10 years old selling eggs.
He was doing concrete 15.
Wow.
Shouldn't have.
Yeah. Was the food any good yesterday? I didn't give you the food. That's the send off thing.
It's good.
They had good food, good.
Yeah.
Coach came over and said, you going? I said, I don't know. I haven't got a seat on the team playing yet. He used that old line. I don't know how many seats we got available. I said, I've heard that line before. You never know. It'd be fun to go with. It's a nice group of gals.
Have the potential to be here for a couple of years, which makes it even better.
Well,
They
that's
should,
right.
they should get better.
We got a freshman point guard and 2 twins are freshmen. They just got tired.
Yeah.
You get some big bodies in Texas, you just push them around. And the rest of it, the girls used to help each other up. Now they just shove each other. They don't help each other up anymore. It's a lot rougher than it used to be. No.
That work forms.
Yep. They,
Very inconsistent. There's
Yeah.
no flow in the game.
we gotta
Yeah.
get those threes though. We gotta get more consistent on the threes.
You know, in Carolina.
Working for that team playing. Are you a team playing with me?
Thank you. My wife will be.
I don't know. He said he'd up and get a seat. That means no.
No.
I've got points.
We
but I
just-
probably should.
I just realized my office is.
Oh, yeah.
It's still
Meeting. She's gotta be tired.
What to do?
There's
All
somebody
every
reading.
team.
Sometimes too, but
They get the big play, they'll have room.
Texas.
Yeah, so I don't know what the.
How good is her 15? I mean, she's got a pretty good 15-foot shot, doesn't she?
They have to take the whole band.
Start bringing her out just a little bit, letting her.
And she does step out.
It's probably, they probably.
Just hanging.
So that's why you gotta have that second option. You know, you can't just draw on one person. You got 2 consistent players.
I've got points if I wanted to go to
Just see Coach B and that's it.
that's what I was saying. I was gonna go to see the old K-State coach. That didn't work.
Chris is pretty excited about it.
Is it Deb in the
Yeah.
two? She's an operation manager.
Yeah.
Schultz will be there. It's gonna be a tough matchup, and then they'll go to #1 right after that.
Stanford,
Yeah.
I think it's the second overall team.
No, NC State.
No, NC.
No, this, if they win that game, it'll probably be Stanford.
The second round for K-State? No,
No, it'll be NC State.
NC State.
That's where they're.
Oh, is it?
Rematch.
Yeah, okay. I thought I saw it was Stanford bracket.
Saw the senior Westerville last Wednesday.
They're probably
What's he
Stanford.
doing?
township officials
It's a
meeting.
township meeting. Yeah, that's true. I
All
talked
the
to
brass,
Still
they
need
said
some ground
men
wide
do
open.
Midwest,
That's why-
Southwest.
Yeah.
Women do it by.
They do it by pods or
By the city
something.
they
Yeah.
go to, yeah, for the regional.
Oh, that's right. They win and then they, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the
That's
first
right.
rounds
Yeah.
are in the.
Yeah.
No, they got the
Okay.
snow off really quick and the roads are in great shape. They pushed that snow off the edge, kept them pretty dry.
Yeah.
Our roads in good shape. There's just, you have 2 springs that show up.
You ready, Greg?
Right, John?
Good morning again, Commissioners. This is John Ellerman, Public Works. This morning, we have a talk about Wildcat Creek Road. You know, there was put in our sales tax for 23 to 27. But in the meantime, Blueville Nursery, they're looking to develop some property there along Scenic down to Wildcat Creek. So it provides us an opportunity here to partner with them and the city to get for him to start his development and for us to improve part of that road, at least from Scenic to the bridge. And we can share some of them costs between the 3 of us. Brian Johnson with the city is here to kind of go through what it would look like and what our partnership might be. So.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Commissioner. Brian Johnson, City Engineer. As John was saying, I got a real short PowerPoint here. Go through it real quick and then I'll stand for questions if you have any. Again, Wildcat Creek Road construction, Scenic Drive to Wildcat Creek Bridge. First of all, thank you all for letting me be here today. It's been a little bit since I've been before the board. Appreciate the cooperation that we've had in the past, of course, with Wildcat Drive, Wildcat Creek Road, Marlat, Denison. We've done a great job of partnering on projects in the past, saved us both some money, and we've also improved quite a bit of roadways. So this is kind of the next piece that we could possibly partner on, save some money, Wildcat Creek Road. Again, the Blueville development on the southwest corner of that roundabout, Anderson, Scenic, and Kimball was all upgraded about 4 or 5 years ago now. Included a large roundabout at Scenic and Kimball and Anderson, as well as 3 lanes on Anderson and then actually 4 lanes coming down Scenic Drive. The 1 lane does dead end there at the apartments and then goes west. We also upgraded Cumberland Road about 4 years ago. That's that piece on the east that goes over to the doctor's office. With that realignment now, we're looking to realign Wildcat Creek Road from its existing connection, which is right here, farther north. And what that does, it allows us a couple of things. One is it gets us farther from the bridge, so you have better sight distance as you're coming across the bridge. We can potentially develop northbound left turn lane also to get that northbound traffic out of the through lane, which right now you've got to make kind of a blind turn. And it also gets it farther away from the bridge, so farther out of the floodplain. So it kind of does 3 things all in one for us. That that right of way is platted with the Blueville plat also. So again, kind of an overview of the project. There's some storm sewer up here that we're going to put in to help enclose this ditch. We're actually going to end up, and it's not shown on here, we're going to make a crossing with a trail across Scenic over here somewhere, and then that trail will go up along the Blueville property along the south side of Anderson Avenue. So we're going to extend our trail system also, and then realign the roadway from its existing connection on Scenic up to the north, and then it'll realign with Cumberland and then down. The project that we're talking about today then would add this piece here from the bridge back to the city limits as part of this project. Here's kind of an overview. The red would be developer responsibility, the yellow would be the city. Our street policy says developer pays 31 feet, city pays for anything over that. We anticipate a 37-foot street through here, 3-lane roadway. So we would pick up the overs on that. Also pick up some of the sidewalk connection and network, as well as the trail up here. And then the county then would connect at the city limits. I'm assuming a 24-foot wide roadway. Of course, John would keep you informed on what design would say as far as if that's adequate enough. And then that would connect all the way back to the bridge over here. I believe John has an out year project that would continue Wildcat Creek Road west of the bridge Of course, there's all sorts of right-of-way issues west of the bridge, alignment, really difficult things to manage. But this project then would connect our system with the county system to get to that bridge. So again, intent of the project is to pave Wildcat Creek Road from Scenic Drive to Wildcat Creek Bridge. Developer of the Blueville site is ready to bring forth a petition to the city to pave that piece. Project would be a cost share between city and county. I scaled it off this morning. It's about a 55-45. It might be a 50-50. Depends on, you know, how wide we go with roadways and all of those things. But it's roughly a 55-45. If the petition is submitted and the city commission concurs for authorization for the project, then we come back before you with an MOU between the city and county for what that cost sharing would be and then how that would be completed. The intent of this discussion is the county interested in doing something like that? And if so, then those petitions would be forthcoming and then we'd come back to you with an MOU. So with that, I'll stay for questions.
Yeah, I was interested in how you're gonna do the crossing for the trail.
That's a great question. I'm looking for I don't know yet, to be honest
No,
with you.
I drive the road every day, so
I do too, and I was wondering the same thing.
So the north side of the intersection has the rapid flashing with
Right.
the crossing. I guess I could pull up a Google map if you want to look at it, but it's got the rapid flashers on the north side.
Yeah.
You push the button, you go to the island, you push the button, you go across. So it'd either be something like that, or on the east side over here, we have the Hawk system, which is a little bit more protective of pedestrians.
Mhm.
It actually flashes a red so that the traffic actually stops. And that's a great question, because we don't know what we're gonna do yet.
It's the speed limit that kind of worries
Yeah,
me
the
there, because it
speed.
goes from 50 to 40 right in that section. And is 40 enough to catch one of those lights or catch a pedestrian that may have forgotten it? I mean,
Yeah, we may.
I'm just
expand-
looking at worst case scenarios there.
Sure, we may expand this island to get a little bit farther from a roundabout and then have a crossing over here with either a Hawk or a rapid flasher, one of the two. We have Hawks all throughout the city on 40-mile-an-hour roadways, Kimball, Anderson, College, all three of those do. We've actually had pretty good luck with them. We're getting pretty good compliance with them. So the Hawk signal, the intent of it is after somebody walks through, if you have a red flash, you can go through it. So it doesn't hold the vehicle through the whole red cycle.
Okay.
It basically cuts your crossing in about half time. So we could go with something like that. We could go with rapid flashers. We haven't had real great compliance with the rapid flashers. In fact, on North Manhattan, we're gonna switch those out to full signals next year because the compliance with those hasn't been what we wanted it to be. So we're actually gonna go retrofit North Manhattan to full signals next year. And as we go on in time, we probably will retrofit more of those. But no, that's a great question.
Brian, would be better going to the bridge.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. What about?
So we
the
actually
area?
applied for a grant to go under the bridge 4 or 5 years ago. The issue with going under the bridge is you get down into the floodplain.
Yeah.
And so you have to buy credit offsets from the Corps of Engineers. You also have flooding issues, you've got damage issues, all of those things that come with getting underneath the bridge and getting into the floodplain. We did look at a crossing also
Crossing at the bridge, maybe?
south of the bridge,
South of
down
the bridge.
at, well, it's not on here, down at Heritage. We looked at a crossing over there also. But no, that's actually a great question. I know we've debated it quite a bit on, and that's why we didn't expand it with the Anderson project, because we weren't sure what was gonna develop to the west and how much demand we're gonna have. What your demand kind of will tell you what you need as far as the crossing. But yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, it would be good to kind of slow that traffic coming down from, the fort from 19.
I believe
before
it's
you got
posted
to there.
40 through there.
It is, yeah, right before you hit the bridge, it
Yeah.
goes to 40.
Yeah, it goes from 55 to 40, doesn't it? Yeah.
But, very rarely do people go slow down until they get to the
Until you get to the
roundabout, right?
Well, it's just kind of, the topography is just kind of weird in that, because it makes that transition as you, well, if you're going north, coming southbound, northbound, you're going downward if you're going up the other direction, away
Yeah.
from all that,
Yeah.
and you're going back up. So that's part of.
And you make that little curve right before the bridge too, so you kind of, no, I absolutely agree with everything you're saying.
I don't know if that's something maybe the MPO could assist with. They're good with.
Yeah, we've talked with them too several times about it. All our parks department, MPO, we talked about maybe doing a full crossing here also, coming down, having a push button crossing here also, so you're farther from the roundabout. There's about 3 or 4 different things you could do. Which one we land on, I don't know yet, but some sort of protected crossing.
Well, I also know, John, that if I remember right, the cost sharing with the 113 and 13 roundabouts that are going in are now going to be fully funded by KDOT. So there is a little extra funds at the back end. We didn't know if it was going to land in this one or the next one, but there'll be a little extra funding left over there. So this isn't out of the scope
When we
of
would bring forth
possibilities.
that MOU, we would
Right.
have cost details, you get into a lot more detail than this. Before we go to all of that detail, we want to make sure that you're at least interested.
Were we, John, when we're gonna redo Wildcat, were we gonna pave it all the
Yes.
way? Oh,
Yeah, we were
and is that
2.1 miles close to the line.
Okay.
And,
And we, that, does the bridge have to be redone or is it wide enough?
I'm guessing right now that it does not have to be redone. That's what I'm thinking, and I have not looked at the year. I think it's fairly new. But it looks like in pretty good shape for the town.
Okay.
That bridge was a good place to stop.
yeah.
Now, are you gonna completely close the existing Wildcat Road, that piece there that's at stop?
Yeah, so this one down here,
Yeah,
that'll be complete closed. You can see we showed a little driveway coming out of this home
that home.
to
Okay.
reconnect. But yeah, this would be a complete closure. It'd still be part of public right of way, so it'd be a green space, open space, something like that, but it would still be public right of way.
So that space in there where the green is above it, that's all, it's green space?
That's all open space. It's,
That's open?
it's private property, so
Okay.
Blueville can go, grow sod on it or whatever they want to do. There is some detention requirements with this development, and so they may use that for a detention area. It could be green space they dedicate to the city. There's all sorts of things that it could be. I don't think that you guys are looking at it to be any sort of a developable lot. It's too close to the creek. It's in the floodplain. There's just a lot of challenges with it. So whether it becomes a park or whether it becomes part of their detention system or
That's what I was kind of thinking.
something, right now the plan is to keep it as green space, open space.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Intent Commissioner, you got John Ellerman, Public Works. Project
Yeah.
update.
You got a good stock of some house plants available? I'm probably gonna come in and see you over the weekend. Okay,
Talk to Tyler a bit.
okay, I'll do that.
House plant expert.
I don't know which one. I'm gonna be out on that side of town. I got some stuff I gotta replace and might be a good weekend to
Yeah.
go outside and do some replanting.
In the month, we'll have a food truck that's bring on the house, so that'd be fun to have that.
All right.
Doughboys or whatever, do something, I don't know.
When is that?
Doughboys, it's just, I don't know, some musical instrument or something, I guess. They got like 15 kinds of Urons.
Oh,
Yeah, so I
I've
thought
seen
there was
the,
only one kind, but
Yeah.
they have all. So. All right, we got semis backing up, so thank you.
all right, yeah,
One of those weeks.
understandable.
Yeah, it is. Take care. Take care, see you. Okay, so you guys.
That turn on the wall, I think is where the road's kind of starting there without really.
It's
Like,
okay for the most part until you get a whole bunch of moisture and rain, and then it's just slosh. It's complete slosh.
Well, it's tough to take a right turn in there.
And you've got, what people don't understand too, you've got several residents throughout there, kind of scattered throughout that 2.5 miles, and
Oh, yeah. for sure.
businesses now.
yeah,
Some
you got
really
the,
nice houses too.
you got the winery out there, you got the Vince barn out there, and there's talk of a couple of things correct. Although I don't know, does it connect to that on the back end? Is that, or is that just off of Anderson?
Connect to what?
The church? I don't think
They
that
haven't
would,
done it, put it back.
yeah, okay.
No, it's not.
Be good to see a little development in that area too, I suppose. We better to see it there than going further south, or it's becoming unscenic drive.
A decade ago, instead of calling it non-scenic drive.
Oh,
That's crazy.
It's really interesting. You can see exactly,
They
you can
call it
see
progress,
exactly
I'm
there
not so
where
sure.
the city ends and where the county starts. I mean, it's, yeah.
I understand the tax advantage and valuation, they call it progress, but I'm not so sure.
Depends on what you're putting in and
Huh?
I laid out to see Anderson down
Did you?
across the hill. So, first preliminary, I don't know exactly up there with the first one. Trying to figure out a way to get up those hills and down and bank down the other side.
What's such a pretty area?
It was, yeah.
That was worth it. Over on Boulevard, down the road, from 17 down to Wildcat. Yeah, stuff on that.
Mhm.
That's about it.
I'll bet, I'll bet.
Actually, I went back and forth a few towns between engineering and construction.
Mhm.
My wife got a joke on Facebook yesterday, and the guy tells another, I know we can get gas for $1.39. He goes, where?
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. And
And I don't know if anybody realizes, but Taco Bell increased their prices, so it's actually $1.49.
And that's the fallacy, because my wife and I went to McDonald's on the side to get fish sandwiches, because it was Friday for us. We got 2 fish sandwiches, small fries and drinks, $17.89. I'm going, and I looked up, it was like $8.16.
Oh, yeah. It's
So
unreal.
that joke's not right,
No,
because
it hasn't taken on inflation along with it.
I have a term for that, but
Yeah, might not want to divulge that. I think I seen another where guy was asking a girl out on a date and he had 2 full gas containers. You want to go out with me?
well, my approach, you guys are gonna laugh, my approach a couple of weeks ago, when gas was only $3.49, I filled my truck up in Topeka at Dillon's, because that's where we're at. I was pretty close to like 1/8 of a tank, and it cost me like 50 some bucks, and that just caught me by surprise. And so my approach is that I'm gonna fill my truck up when it hits half, so at least I'm only spending half. I don't know whether that's a good approach or not for the truck. I've been told it's bad to have a full tank of gas all the time.
But I should have filled it up and then I take it out and put it in the car.
I think yesterday I spent $56.50, and it was, like I said, I went to Topeka last week, a couple other things. And it was just on the left side of.
Oh, who
half
does
the
that
tank.
anymore?
I see.
Because there's a couple of times when I travel back home, I get down to that eighth of tank range, and that's what it takes to fill up the entire tank.
It's not good for your gas.
Well, gas tanks have a charcoal filtration system, and the vent tube goes to the very top of your fill neck. So if you fill the gas up to there, you'll backfill your purge valve, and you'll pop a code.
I always just pull out when it's off. I put it automatic. When it clicks off, I just yank it out.
I usually just try to round up wherever I'm at in that equation to a quarter.
But I think you want to round up these things.
I've already seen.
It's just easier to.
Run out of gas.
Really, I've never happened to me once, and I've topped up my entire life. And my newer truck, that thing, when it shuts off, it is topped up. I mean, you couldn't add 5 cents to that thing, which amazes me.
Right, John, try again.
Well, so now we're having my monthly update. We're gonna start, I guess we'll run through the bridge project real quick, or Lakeside Heights on top, I'm sorry. Just working on temporary financing. I think Tammy has talked to Mary Carson. We're pretty good there. I work with SMH now to start the bid process, to get that going. Not much on Keats for right now. Rose Hill Bridge should be, they should be working on, I guess the snow might have delayed them. We're waiting on backfill around the bridge before we get in and put the gravel surface on, and it should be about ready to go. The bridge is completed. So the West 32nd Avenue Bridge down south there in Ashland started February 21st. The bridge has been removed. And contractors getting in, ready to get in there too. Get ready to do some work in there now too. Let's get the South Otter Bridge, I believe, has been started. Bridge has been demoed. I think they're in there getting ready to do some stuff now too. I had some delays last week because of the snow. Fancy Creek, working with the Corps, we're still got a mitigation plan to get approved through the Corps, and their easements to be okay for taking the bridge off its site and moving it to the right of way. So we have to get some little more right of way. How we're going to take care of that in the future. And we're getting close to getting that done. So the Parks Department, working on Keats Park, they're trying to make the old playground into a volleyball court. And so getting the sand area narrowed down up and cleaned out, get some good sand in there. And then they'll start sodding those areas that aren't going to be included, put some drain pipe in. And I think he's got the nets and the poles ready for, or purchased to bring in. They did some remulching of the landscaped area. I wouldn't say flower bed between 4th and Humboldt along the sidewalk in the parking lot on the, was it west side? Where we park, the county vehicles are parked on that part of 4th Street. 5th Street. They did some seeding at the Wildcat Park Bridge. So that's all done. Did some snow removal and do some trail maintenance around Fairmount. That's where the parks have been. Operations crew. The operation they went to 410s today, working on snow removal. Like Michael said, they did a lot of cleaning the ditches this past year, so Mike's got a lot of seeding and stuff for us to do. They also spent some time assisting noxious weed and tree trimming and picking up trees and hauling the tree stuff off. Bridge crews are doing it. We're doing the small structure inspections. They're also working on the the precast box we put in on Wildcat Creek Road last summer. Just driving through it a few times, I didn't like the width. So I'm having them add a little bit more to that. They're doing that cast in place, and our guys are doing that work. So I think it'll look and feel a little more safer and comfortable to drive over. There's some old asphalt, look like maybe an old asphalt road there in Fairmount Park that our bridge crew, our road crews removed, so David could come in there and level it out and reseed it. That's now the new extension to the Frisbee golf, disc golf course. We went that way. Did some patching on some bridge decks, created some gravel roads since we had the snow and some good moisture. They're out grading roads. This week they'll probably be doing some graveling of those, where we find out we have some gravel wore off. Still have 2 mechanic positions open, although this says 1. We need to make 2 offers now. Hopefully they'll come back and everything works right. We have a traffic control position open and an equipment operator position open still as well. I think we just made an offer on the equipment operator Friday. And we still have the utility tech, not getting much action on applications from that yet. Other items that I've been working on has been the EMS station, emergency services headquarters, I think is what we're gonna, if you're still, when you guys approve that, I guess. The title or the name of that building.
So that's a change from the Raleigh County Safety Center or something. I've heard that one too. We got that.
Well, you know, that's, to me, I still call it EMS headquarters. That's what I started with. That's what I've been calling it.
Simplicity.
Working on scope of services still with the consultant. We have something in hand. We discussed it some Friday. I have Clancy's to read over through that before I bring it to you, hopefully either Thursday or Monday. Yeah. And the first part of that will just be the study portions of size, how big a building is going to be, the dispatch center, and that before we get into another agreement with the consultant on full design. So this is the first part of that. Phase 2 will be full design services.
Could you kind of explain to the commissioners, you know, the various phases and that there will be different charges for each of them? That way they don't just think the first bill is done and we're ready to build. The first phase is the one we're working on now. I think they broke it up in phases 2, but it would be the site study, the space needs, dispatch needs, space needs. Some of those are going to work hand in hand. Once the dispatch knows, we know what that is, then they'll incorporate that into the design of the building. The next, after we get all that where it's going to be located and the size of the building, then we'll move into the design of the structure itself and the facility. So that would be the next step and the next agreement with the consultants. Once everything is approved and good and we get going there, after that we would get into the bidding services, that might be included with the design. But then some after construction or the construction services, maybe with the architect, what they would do during construction and after construction. So there's a couple more phases in there yet that we'll work through as far with the consultant designer. Phase 1 and 2 we'll work on whether we're going to go design, bid, build, and construction manager at risk yet. So we'll still have that to come to you on how we want to approach the project itself. Worked on, we sent out RFQs last week for the Leonardville station. Went out to most all that I think most of the locals.
Still working on compliance with EPA, PDHE. We have selected a consultant that was supposed to come in front of you Thursday, but I think now it's on this Thursday. We'll bring that in front of you, who we recommend selection for helping us with that, meeting those standards or fixing that. Dust control applications to pay for dust control in front of your house have been out there on the website. I think they've been sent out to those that have done it in the past. Like I said, last week, the cost has increased to $750 per 500 feet. We need to review our water rates, getting some information from our people gathered up. The city raised rates, rural water raised rates, so we need to adjust or review rates for benefit district. Township meeting was held last week. They have scheduled the overhead doors on our shop. It's scheduled for April 15th. Hopefully they'll come in and get them run then. We have prepared asphalt overlay bids. I think next week, sealing bids come in, or the week after. We sent out bids for seal, for gravel and oil, which give us the real true tell how much oil is gonna go up on us. It's not looking pretty. So, and in the meantime, we're reevaluating, looking at 22 budget to see where we can start making costs, which is part of the reason why we went to 410s today, at time change instead of in April like we normally do. Hopefully that'll help us reduce some of our fuel costs and other issues or other costs that we've on our projects. Coming in lower. So, any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioners, you have Shiloh at 10:25 with Treasurer's Report. Request to fill open clerk analyst 1 position. Morning, Shiloh.
He's the best one here.
Insurance does cover this. It's just a rock and hard place to call it. Yeah, it's just a real challenge.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh.
Yeah. I always wish that we don't see anything out there, because that's-
Yeah, I just want to. Thank you. Bye.
Want to make sure you're ready, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Shiloh Hager with the February revenue report. We ended the month of February with a balance in the general fund of 22,961,290.99, which is up about 4.9 million from February of 2021. Our total fund balance for the end of February was 62,498,865.58. When I take out the ARPA money, we're up about 5.4 million compared to this time last year. Our investment income for the month of February, we have a net interest to the general fund of 10,630.06, which represents 42.52% of what we've budgeted for the calendar year. And we have deposited $1,136.13 into the ARPA fund is what was collected in interest. The interest account or amount on the checking account at the end of February was 0.35%. Our general fund revenue for the month of February came in at $436,524.97, which is 22.82% over what was budgeted for the month. Year to date through the end of February, we are 4.45% over what was budgeted. And our total, we've collected through February 48.59% of total budgeted revenues for the general fund. Sales tax for the month of February, what the county deposited was $406,760.22, which this does represent December sales. That is 43.56% over what was budgeted for the month of February. And we are sitting at 5.69% over what was budgeted so far. For our total sales tax numbers that for the entire county, you can see here for year to date, we are up 20.95% compared to February of 2021. And when I just look at February to February, we're 27.08% over what we had at this time last year. Once again, I think a lot of that is because of the increase in prices that we're seeing, but December is our Christmas month, so I was expecting it to be up.
But keep in mind too, that the comparison to 21 then would also be from December of 2020.
Correct.
I think you can almost put an asterisk next to that.
Right.
Right.
And when I ran the report for the breakdown between sales tax and use tax, you can see here that compared from last year to this year, we saw a pretty large increase in use tax.
Surprising.
But yeah. So a few things that are going on in the treasurer's office. We will be doing our second tax distribution here in the month of March.
that represents delinquent taxes that we've collected from from January and February. The motor vehicles that have last names that start with the letter B are up for renewal by the end of this month. So just put a little reminder out there for that. And just to report on our motor vehicle fee bill, we actually have a hearing on Wednesday, actually in Senate Ways and Means. It's been moved out of transportation over to Ways and Means because there was.
Full appropriation.
Because there was, our motor vehicle fee bill got amended when it got to the floor to remove the $4 DMV fee that is on everybody's bill. That $4 was put on there when we switched over to movers, and it was a modernization fee that was supposed to help update the this computer program. That was supposed to sunset. Well, instead of sunsetting, they kept it, and that money is now being directed to KDOT. There was a bill in Ways and Means that also was eliminating that DMV fee. So since that was already in that committee, they've moved our fee bill into that committee so that they can both be heard at the same time. Which at first I thought it was going to be a negative impact on our fee bill, because whenever you talk about taking money away from KDOT, but it's already been taken out of the governor's budget, that eliminating that $4. So I think it's actually going to make our fee bill even look better, because then the income or the average decrease, most customers will see an average decrease in once you take out that $4, even with our flat fee. So we'll see. It's
less accounting.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So anyway, so that is Wednesday morning at 10:30. So I'll be going over to Topeka to testify on behalf of the treasurers for that bill. So
I've got about 4 or 5 this week. I need to go back through and watch on YouTube when I get a chance. This will probably be one of them too.
Yeah, so I think we have some good support on that committee as well. So really hoping it'll fly out of the committee and then still be able to be heard on the Senate floor. So yeah, pretty short and sweet. Not much to It's just we're really steady on what compared to what we actually budgeted for revenues. We are seeing a little increase in the interest rate, and so we'll see where we go from here. Any questions about any of that, or anything else you guys need on revenues? Okay. Then can I go ahead and go on to the, So this is becoming a not too fun visit for me, but my clerk analyst one turned in her resignation, and her last day will be this Friday, March 18th. The clerk analyst one position is a position that has a little bit more responsibilities than our customer service rep ones or our customer service rep twos. And by doing that, it allows us to do some internal promotions within our office. That position is, in addition to motor vehicle, commercial, driver's license, they also serve as my administrative assistant. They handle all of our accounts payable. They handle our ordering. They back up our bank reconciliation. They oversee the daily deposit at the end of the day. They primarily do that, and then they train our backups for that position as well. So with all of that, it's very vital that I find somebody that can fill those roles. So at this point, what I'm asking is to open it up just internally within the county. There's at least 2 people in my office alone that have the qualifications to apply for it. And so if we can fill it internally, then I would prefer to do that. And then I would come back again for another customer service rep, one position. So that's what I'm here to ask for today. And I can, if I find somebody, even within my office, I have the flexibility within my budget. It won't have any effect on my budget at this point.
So we need to X that box. Current budgeted funds available. Number. One, two, three, four. Oh, it's right there. Are the current budgeted funds.
Oh, yep. That's if it's a non-budgeted. It's a budgeted position.
Okay.
That's under the non-budgeted section.
Okay, I just said most people, so, yes.
Yeah, no, that is a budgeted position
Okay.
already.
And you have 2 of those open currently, or just 1?
I have 2 customer service rep, 1 position, and now I have a
Oh,
clerk
okay.
analyst, 1 position open.
Anybody, anything else? Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the request to fill the open clerk analyst 1 position in the treasurer's office.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded to fill the clerk position. Treasurer's office, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All 3 sign, please.
And like I said, you'll see me again. Thank you.
So next, commissioners, you have Craig's update, I'm assuming. Nancy's gonna zoom in at 10:40.
Turn mine off.
Check the online version.
I think mine.
Oh, it did?
You somebody else again?
Yeah,
No,
mine's
it
right.
says- Oh, yeah, let's get that changed quickly.
You'll vote for that?
Yeah, that's fine. I know there was an amended version for last Thursday and then it got canceled, so that's probably what the glitch was.
Could be, because mine's okay.
Yeah,
I
mine
just
is
got
too.
that from the rack this morning.
Oh, I didn't get, I see, I just
Oh,
printed it
yeah.
off this weekend when I was looking at stuff. I always print one off at home and make notes if I need to on stuff. And I had noticed it.
It's only been how many months now?
I know. And I'm sure, and I looked back on a few, because I just saw that this morning, I went, huh,
Was that
and looked in, it's this way on online.
really?
It was just, staff was just testing you.
See if
Was
I was
that
paying
what it was?
attention.
They said
3
well,
months is plenty of time to
Yeah.
get that changed.
I think last Thursday meeting though, they amended it
Yeah,
and then it got canceled. So my guess is there's a glitch somewhere in that.
yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I just looked at, huh.
Yeah, it kind of is in a way.
It might have been a cut-
Slide that over there.
Yeah.
it might have been a cut and paste mistake too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They're probably trying to make some
Next time
changes
there's much more
quickly.
signatures, I'm gonna check
Yeah.
and see who's the chairman. Give it
I'm not left-handed, so my right hand hurts. So yeah, we're good.
That word, yeah.
I'm gonna go wrap it up real quick. Yeah. Are you excited? We're gonna have baseball.
What's that?
Baseball.
Yeah, I got a call from my daughter in Kansas City. She's a big Royals fan. She said, and it was yesterday. She said, man, I can't wait till Sunday afternoon baseball. You know, because they get all the games on TV, you know, and
I didn't get to watch last year because they went from TV to Bally's or whatever it is, and can't pick it up streaming. I guess or something. I don't know.
they just face stream all their TV.
Yeah, I do
So
too.
that's.
What's that?
March 3rd,
Yeah, it is.
and the official
Did you
stuff here.
hear that comment that the strikers still going on that, you know, some Royals
Maybe
players
we're
are saying
supposed to change that.
that if the Royals going Under the minutes, Commissioner, you know, and all the minutes changed under agendas.
Yeah, it's actually the general manager that kind of played through some of
Under
that.
agenda, but under minutes, it's all corrected, but under agendas. I just looked back 3 or 4 meetings and that's what it showed.
It's not good. It really isn't.
Yeah, you got that.
I always just go out of the rack. It's okay.
And I never looked at that one, I always use this one, so that's why I haven't seen it. I know I noted and looked at the beginning of the year, this side of it was fine, so that's what caught me by surprise.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm filling in for Clancy this morning. I will stand that his project list speaks for itself. That was in your packet and you can review that. What I wanted to do in that place this morning was just give you a short update as to the 2022 tax case. When we filed the case in middle of January, we had 40 properties. The ownership or the property descriptions are broken out there to you. What's most unique about this tax case, and I think in the past I've told you that each tax case has its own personality, as I call it. Each year, there's a little bit different personality of what's going on in the tax case. And the personality this year is something that we've never had before. We've never had as many single-family dwellings to this point in time with delinquent taxes. And of those, we have 4 owner-occupied. And so what's unique about that is I've been doing this is going to be my 9th or 10th tax sale, and we have never at a tax auction sold an owner-occupied house. 4 of them is quite a big number. And so we just got to see how that all works out between now and the tax auction. But that 4 owner occupied homes is unique. We haven't dealt with that situation before. So I'll keep you advised of that. And you know, we are real anxious to sell an owner occupied house at a tax auction. We'll do our best not to get there. And I'll keep the commission updated on that.
Is it one property owner that owns the 4, or is it 4 separate? 4
distinct individuals. Okay. Yeah. I'm talking to one of them tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So, but they're all counting 2021s, and in the next item down there, I give you kind of break out as number of taxes, and those numbers were calculated before the 2021 delinquent taxes were added on. So those tax numbers will be higher. But all these 4 owner occupied, they're all delinquent from 2017 through 2021. So they have 5 years of delinquent taxes. And so.
Are they in the same locations or?
No, they're all over.
All over the county?
Yeah. So we have some in town, some, I know at least one out in the county. So yeah, it's just interesting, and so we'll work hard on that. Like I said, we never have sold an owner occupied home at a tax auction. We really don't want to do that. So we'll see what we can do to work through this, and I'll keep the commission updated on that. Any other questions about the brief information I gave you in the tax sale, or any questions you want to know about the tax sale? Okay. The next item that's on the agenda from the county councilor's office is for lack of a better term, the smoking resolution. And it's my understanding that Clancy has worked with the individuals that approached the county about having a resolution like this, and the language as indicated in the commission agenda report, the language is acceptable to that group, particularly the language in section 2, which states that there will be no fines or penalties imposed for violation of this resolution. I would say that this resolution, after I answer any questions you have, is ready to be considered for adoption by the board.
This goes back to July when we voted on it originally, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
We've had no complaints about anybody smoking in the park. Right?
I'm not aware of any.
Our office isn't aware.
I checked with the Parks Department, they said it's never been a problem. But nobody's ever complained about it yet. So it's not a problem.
I know in the discussion that occurred between our office and the promoting group about penalties, what finally really resolved that for us, that there would be no penalties imposed, was the promotion group admitted that since the city has adopted theirs, that there's been no fines issued under their ordinance, which allows for fines. So that kind of settled the issue that there would be no imposition of fines or penalties if this is violated.
Yes, go ahead.
I was wondering if I'm from the coalition.
Okay,
I was just
yeah.
wondering if I-
Yeah, you kind of
Okay.
have to.
Hope I didn't speak your position, Annie.
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
just wanted to maybe add to it.
Okay, that's fine.
So thanks, Greg. Good morning, Commissioners. Debbie Nuss, Chair of the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition. I do want to reiterate that the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition, your Public Health Advisory Board, both were supportive of this resolution, as was the Riley County Parks Advisory Board. And to the point about no penalties or fines, it is true that from the time that the citizens voted for the referendum that enacted the city's no smoking ordinance, which was over a decade ago, there were never any tickets issued by the city. That it was the fact that there was signage posted that said that smoking was prohibited. And then RCPD officers would just approach individuals and remind them that an area was non-smoking. So the intent here is for the health department to take their chronic disease risk reduction funds that has allowed them to create signage that would go into the parks. And then with a lot of things that happen in public health, it's going to be the societal pressure, all of us working together, reminding one another that smoking is not allowed. So I wouldn't anticipate that you're going to see a big jump in calls. The city a couple of years ago made their parks and trails non-smoking too. So this just creates that lack of confusion across the county regarding what parks are or aren't smoke free. So thank you for your consideration, and thanks to Clancy and Craig for putting up with my, when are we gonna get this on the agenda again, basically, because it's been a while, so thank you.
And I would just make note, section 3 of the resolution provides for the signage that Ms. Nuss mentioned. So I think we have everything covered that the Wellness Coalition wants in place.
Well, I know we voted for the resolution, 2-1 in July or whenever it was. I just remember it was hot outside, that's all I know. I would then go ahead and make a motion that we approve resolution number 031022, resolution prohibiting smoking and vaping in Riley County owned parks.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the resolution prohibiting smoking in the Riley County parks. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Please sign. Two of you,
And
two of you.
you might look, I think your name's misspelled on the resolution.
It is.
We have all three.
It's been a tough day with your name.
I just happened to notice that when I pulled it up.
I just saw. Well, they don't have anything to be compared against above, so
Fair enough.
we'll just scratch through it initially.
My writing, you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Extra E in there.
Oh,
Now I got the L and the E reversed.
Yeah, yeah.
Kennelly.
Kennel
Yeah.
Lee.
Maybe that's the name we'll hire for an appraiser and make it even again.
Did you see that, Greg? Might note on your standard resolution format, I don't know if that signature page is, but McKinley spelled incorrectly. L and E are transposed.
Ooh.
Just so you
Yeah.
know.
Apparently the attorney's typing is as bad as the writing is.
I can't say how that.
Convenience.
Next, commissioners, you have Tamara Olson at 11.
It's usually my name that's messed up.
If they messed my name up, we've got a real problem.
Yeah.
Chevy in there or something?
Yeah.
Dodge.
Okay. And we got some time, is that right?
Yep, 11 o'clock. John, it sounds like the city's looking for a city engineer now.
Really? Oh, yeah, I saw that.
That's Brian was saying.
I was kind of surprised no one applied for it. My assistant, he thought they were talking about it. And he had to talk with him like they did. He sounded positive, he told me about it. What he told these guys. Well,
Probably told him we were evil. So go ahead and apply if you like.
he didn't know me that long.
Didn't matter. He accomplished what he wanted.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think we got a good one in the making.
I do too. Today he is got Shannon's son, Shadow.
Yeah, I was aware of that. It was coming up. I didn't know it was today.
He always claimed. Yeah, taking him out to projects and stuff like that.
Yeah. Catherine, do you want to watch the governmental election on the 28th?
Hold on a second.
Yes. Correct. Lunch will be provided.
That's the 28th of March.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
12 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay.
That's.
Yeah, intergovernmental luncheon. Morning, Corey. Morning, Rich.
And that's a correct. And then he also said we just had, on stage, and just use space heaters.
John, you want the lunch at the intergovernmental luncheon on the 28th?
Yeah, I think I emailed somebody, I don't remember on that, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I did, because I asked about parking.
Right back there, isn't it?
I don't know, I don't know, I thought that was for people that are renting a hotel room there.
No, that they have some customer parking too, because they have a couple of those, they have the beer place there.
Yeah. Because you can't, normally events, I go there at night, I can just park across the street, but that's
Oh, really?
K-State lot, and that's during the business day, so.
Do you guys want to sign in that page with his name?
Yes,
Since you're all right here.
but it's just two of us in this case, but yes. Rich, do you have the other? We're redoing the page to get the name right.
I brought a new signature page with Greg's name spelled the right way. I just want to switch those out.
Yeah.
Everyone's here.
Yeah. If it was something that there was. It's gonna be, yeah, close, one-on-one consultation.
Probably Rich now.
We're having pizza today or what?
No, not for this one, we didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Usually it's the council's office that does on this one.
Well, I mean, we've already had it before that, no one ever asked about it.
I guess that's probably because we didn't ask for the actual meeting, maybe.
You know, it crossed my mind, but I never brought it up.
Yeah, that's all right. I think we'll live.
Might be something to consider since they're only quarterly now, you know, so.
I still get, I have to go back and just hit the wrong one. Redo it a few times. to get it right.
Do the same thing 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And then it changes the word on you,
You know, that's one, yeah. There's some. Yeah.
I just.
Tammy draws a crap, doesn't she?
That's because it's her last time.
She brings reinforcements.
For the last time.
Yeah.
I think she leaves on Friday, doesn't she?
That's the deal.
You bought reinforcements today for your last.
You draw a crap.
Oh.
You brought reinforcements for your last presentation, huh?
Maybe, could
Actually,
be opposition instead of reinforcement.
Yeah, that's true.
actually, it was the reinforcements that brought this here, so we'll see how well they back us up.
Oh, yeah, yeah, actually reinforcement, yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense.
You impersonating Clancy today?
I mean, the county doesn't give me a sign, you know. So.
We did, you just didn't take it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I did, but I wasn't gonna say it.
It kind of helps to.
It was clear and concise, Greg, I assure you.
Is it really?
Greg, do you want a lunch at the intergovernmental luncheon on the 28th?
can't remember what they said, cocoa bowl.
No.
Blue one.
Well, that they have
Yeah,
to,
Cocoa Bowl is this
Yeah,
catering.
they're still doing.
That's the Blue One, Cocoa Bowl is this catering.
Cooked some real good steaks last.
Did he good?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, he does a, John's back there grinning, he does a
So
good
Cox
job.
must be running the new tracks.
Yeah,
Too
they are.
then, huh?
On back and ask, and he went back to
But
show
been
me
in there, he's been sitting there
really
for.
use.
Yeah.
He has it down to about science.
Yeah. He's good. He's done it great. Oh, a lot of steaks is different.
Okay.
Get them
Great.
right.
Yeah.
You know,
Right, it's Tammy's time.
Good morning.
Craig,
and
Tammy.
Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer. I'm here on the Riley County Procurement Code. We do have a proposal that I want to present to you. Want to give you a little bit of background information, and then I also have a couple things I just want to share that aren't actually on the card, but I do think is pertinent information for you to have with this. First of all, the department heads at one of the previous department head meetings requested consideration to adjust the discretionary purchasing limit for them. This is largely due to the increased costs, which they've been bringing to you and letting you know that they're seeing. And it's across all areas. So it's all the departments and it's all the expenses that they're encountering that they're seeing these increases. So the Budget and Planning Committee took it to their meeting, discussed it further. I went out and I pulled some information from other counties. I pulled the history of the procurement policy with the limits. And I also looked at inflationary factors, which is the parts that I want to share with you for what I have. So we have it at 10,000, and what we're proposing you consider is to give the discretionary limit to the department heads up to the $20,000 limit. This would be, then at this point, anything under 10,000 is considered a small purchase item. So then that would be adjusted in the policy to say that 20,000 would be a small purchase, which would not require competitive bidding. However, the purchases value between 5,000 to 20,000 would still require 3 competitive quotes. Unless it has those exceptions, like, there's only one sole source, some of those different things. And then again, I also want to reiterate that at any point, you can always create an exception from what is in the policy as well. So in the policy that I presented in the packet, you can see the changes in red that have been requested. The overarching changes are that $20,000, so from a 10 to a 20,000. There were a couple of wording changes that Clancy found that needed to be adjusted to make the policy more correct. So those are in there as well. They're not significant, but they are in red, so you can see those. So what I want to share, that just some information that I gathered from the other counties. So I looked at the city of Manhattan, Pot County, Saline County, Reno County, Butler County, Leavenworth County. Reno, Butler, and Leavenworth is because they're similar to this size. The other ones are because they're, and Saline, Pot County and city of Manhattan, just because they're close. So with that department head approval, we're going from Reno County has no department head authority up to city of Manhattan that gives their department heads 25,000. And then of course, all of these have administrative departments. And that's why you would see why the department heads at Reno County have no authority, because their administration has 25,000 without the commission. So then on the administration side, we went from anywhere where they had, Butler County had 8,000 that the admin approved up to a 50,000 with the city of Manhattan. City of Manhattan did their changes based on their CIP because of how they're putting their items into the CIP, that they need to be over 50,000. And so that's why they're giving the authority for those amounts lower to the admin and the department heads, just so that you have some background information on there. Leavenworth is the only county that did not respond at all. So with the history of the procurement policy, in 2003, the limit was originally established at $2,000 for discretionary limit to the department heads. In 2005, it was revised to $4,000, And in 2010, they revised it to 10,000. So it's been at 10,000 since 2010. So I did look at the economy, the inflation factors. So $10,000 in 2010 is equivalent in purchasing power to about $12,746.63 today, which is an increase of $2,747 over the past 12 years. That's not extreme. That's actually seems relatively small, especially with today as factors with COVID. The dollar had an average inflation rate of 2.04% per year between 2010 and today, which produced a cumulative price increase of 27.47%. What this means is that today's prices are 1.27 times higher than the average price since 2010. And this is according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's where I took this information. A dollar today only buys 78.45% of what it could buy back then. The inflation rate in 2010 was 1.64%. The current year over year inflation rate from 21 to 22 is now 6.81%. So that's some just background information on what we're looking at. We didn't take just one factor when we brought this to you. We did discuss 15,000, 20,000. We did look at what other counties are doing. We tried to take that into consideration that they have admin departments. We don't have admin departments. We also tried to take into account when these costs are increasing like this, you're going to see the department heads here much more often because they have to come to you for that approval otherwise. So not that you can't have them do that, but it will put a bigger burden on you as well. So these are all the things that we've been looking at, and our recommendation is to approve that limit being increased or revised from 10,000 to 20,000 for the discretionary limit to the department heads. Do you have any questions, or is there anything that the department heads can answer for you, or anything else you would like to see before you make a decision?
Has this been a problem? Anybody?
I think Russell.
Yeah, if you can go up there, John.
Russell.
He's sent an email. I don't know if anybody else got that.
Yeah, he said he was gonna send an email to
He
the
did.
board on it.
Okay. I got
Yeah,
it.
Russell's the one that really kind of brought it up to begin with, when having certain equipment or things that without being able to get on and tell them yes right away, it cost them a couple $1,000s more later going through the bid or the quote process.
So,
And I think Michael is having problems with will help him with his chemicals. Yeah, it'll help us here and there. I mean, as far
is
as
this, I guess my question is this an issue of kind of timing for things?
it could be part of that.
Okay.
The more you wait, it seems like the more
Well, I mean,
price increase.
everything I've seen on vehicles suggests that we've gone through the process similarly as we've done now, but those costs are still being incurred afterwards because it's really not our fault. It's on the other end of things. So I just want to clarify that that's.
And I'm not.
Is it up front? Is it in the middle? Is it at the end? Is it a little bit of all of it? I mean,
I don't think it's our heavy equipment that's going to be the issue. It's some of the minor of the
Right.
parts. The transmission or an engine that could be, instead of 10, now it's 15,000. That I don't know if you want us coming every time we replace a motor or pump or something.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was Russell that brought it to us initially, and his was on the purchase of used fire equipment. A lot of times when it's available, so it was on the front end to answer your question for him.
Okay.
Mike, it was for chemicals and stuff that may be available now, but by the time you get the approval process, they're not available. So his was more in the middle. And so those were the two primary that brought it forward. John agreed it could be beneficial for him. The majority of us departments don't have a lot of those large purchases. So it's mainly for those three, I would say, that were impacted the most. But there would be others that would be beneficial as well.
I would ask you, Corey, is that the same one or the other when it comes to licensing and updating of softwares, hardwares, those sort of things, equipment?
There are some things that we can take a longer period of time to quote out and so forth, but what we're starting to see is is availability of equipment. When I get into networking, switching, and server replacements, they're talking about now that I'll only have 10-day windows to potentially being accepting, a quote and so forth, because they just can't guarantee availability. And so I've got some areas, I've got some that I'm okay on still, but those would be some of my areas that I would be affected by.
And I assume with that, that'll probably affect Rich's office, Shiloh's office, Amy's office, somewhat in a similar fashion, correct? You can just nod, it's good. Okay.
We can definitely on the election side, that's when stuff.
So
it would be beneficial at times, but it's similar to, that we said, get written proposal. Shiloh does that every time she goes out for banking services. It's not an open bid, but she always goes out and gets proposals for it. So there's always documentation required for the protection of the taxpayers. Is the reason.
Yeah, it says you still have to have 3.
Yeah.
3 bids, yeah.
Everything I read through there, everything's pretty much just standard other than just the raising of the limits.
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
That's the problem. The way the
Yeah.
costs are increasing.
I think for me, it's more just the timing of things, being able to actually nail stuff down and know that you have the ability to nail that down without having to go through a process with it at this point in time. And because yes, we don't have administration here, that makes it even tougher because you've got to get on an agenda, you got to go through all of that process. So yeah, I would suggest that that's probably fair.
And the bottom line, it doesn't circumvent department heads still being responsible and living within their budget parameters. And so that's another protection in place, so if they decide to spend more somewhere else, they'll have to cut somewhere else, or then if they go over the budget, justify it with the board.
Right. I think the times that we find ourselves in probably require it. It's almost a necessity. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm good with it too.
Yeah, I understand.
If we get trust our department heads from 20,000, we've got a problem.
Yeah, let's do it.
Tend to agree with that. Absolutely. So let's see here. I guess that requires a motion, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay. I will go ahead and move that we approve the updated Riley County Procurement Code.
I would second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the updated procurement code. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners.
Get those changes made and put that on the website so that that's available to the department heads and the public. It's also put on the website under the policies.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, the next thing I have is your monthly cash flow statements. The first one we'll look at is CIP. Up in that right-hand corner, you can see that 16.67% into the year. So in CIP, the normal revenue that comes in is your investment interest and your transfers. So there were no additional funds coming in February. $11,801 was spent in February, which totals $275,958 for the year. That equates to 3.65% of the budget. And over on the left-hand side, you can see the cash reconciliation box. So at this point in time, the end of February, there is almost 9.6 million in cash sitting in the fund. Keep in mind, there are projects out there that have been approved, and there are also reserves, which is in that box below. If you take both of those out of those funds, then right now the unreserved cash is just over 4 million. Is there any questions on the CIP? The next page just gives you the detail. And again, the blue ones are the ones that are completed projects. It shows you what was approved, what's been spent in prior years, current year, what's remaining, and if they're completed, if we came in over or under. Any questions on the projects? The next one is just a quick depiction that shows you what we spent for the year in comparison to the budget in CIP. So moving on, we'll go to the building cash flow. We spent $13,541 in the month of February, totaling $27,459 for the year, which equates to 6.99% of our budget. This is a fund where, no, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself, economic development's what I'm thinking. So this is a fund that does have the ad valorem tax dollars that go in. Those months that the funds normally go in are on the quarters, and then there's an extra one that's in the last quarter to finish out the year. So on the left side in that cash reconciliation box, you can see what the revenue that's come in and the expenditures that have been spent. Right now, the cash is sitting at $290,000. Is there any questions on the county building? Okay, the next one is just a quick depiction again of what we've spent in comparison to the budget. So now we have the economic development cash flow, and there was no activity in February. Keep in mind on this fund, most of the expenditures go out in January and July for those appropriations that you've approved. So we're still sitting at 26.66% of what we've spent of our budget. And the cash is at $213,148. We do have some projects still to spend dollars on. And so if we spend every dollar, we would have $49,790 estimated for the end of the year. This one gives you that detail again of the projects that you've approved and what's been spent and any that have been completed. This, the FHRC contribution, just as a reminder, is the one that you decided not to fund. So I did leave it in because it was part of the budget, but I put it in blue as a finished project. Are there any questions on economic development? Okay, just a quick snapshot again, what we've spent in comparison to our budget. And the last one to look at is sales tax. So you can see we received $203,380 in sales tax revenue. We had reimbursements from KDOT of $11,371, and I believe that is the Rose Hill Bridge. Double check my paper. Yep, it's the Rose Hill Bridge. And we spent $4,513 for the month in February. That totals the $4,513 for the year, which is just 0.06% of our budget. And if you follow the cash reconciliation on the left, you can see the ending unencumbered cash at 4.5 million. And originally we had only estimated to do the overlays on the remaining projects. And with all of those being spent, we would have 4.2 million. There are additional dollars being spent here, but again, it is within the budget parameters because we did budget to spend the full 7 million that was sitting in the fund. So no issues at this point on anything being spent. This is just the detail of all the projects that have been approved in total and which ones have been completed and which ones that are still in progress. And then just the final sheet that has the depiction of what we've spent in the road and bridge fund in comparison to the budget. Are there any questions on any of those? All right, that's all I have today.
We got the county officials luncheon in here at noon, just so everyone knows there is no food. I've had a couple questions on that coming for the county official. Well, Gary's decided to spring for food today. So if I can get.
So Gary's not gonna be here.
Get a motion to adjourn after the county officials luncheon.
You know, it is National Pie Day. I'm just throwing that out there.
You didn't bring your pie.
I thought.
I already ate that one.
Oh,
See, now it's on him.
You had a pie.
How many people are gonna be here for the officials? 15 people, cut a pie into 15 pieces.
You didn't say you were limited to one.
Well, as we learned this morning, you can cut a property into 16 pieces. Why
I didn't
not?
say you were limited to one pie, Greg.
I had,
You want the meeting as far as the YouTube to end, or do you want to sign up for that? Because you're not actually adjourning until after lunch.
We usually just leave it and just put a recording. There's a deal over there. Just leave it running.
Yeah, I think so. 'Cause it's an open meeting.
Okay. Do you want me to stop mic or anything for now until you guys reconvene at the?
We usually just leave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just remind you that.
Thank you, Eric.
Live.
Live. Yeah.
all right. Okay.
Well, I would make a motion to adjourn after the county officials luncheon.
I'll second.
And move and second to adjourn after the luncheon. All in Favor? Aye.
What's that?
That's pretty.
No, I had to. I'll bring it. It's gonna be 16 people here. Everybody's gonna get one.
Well, if you work with somebody, maybe they could just did 16 individual pie
Oh, yeah,
slices.
right, I could have done that, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's all right. I've got lunch plans.
I got to finish it. Back here.
All right.
Where's the, where we get a sandwich or something? No, it's not really. I really want to eat from it.
I can't eat unless you've got enough, brought enough for everyone.
I
You
know,
can't eat in front of the class.
I'll ask Catherine. Is my recollection, you can cut a pie into 8 pieces, right?
That'd be about right, I think.
Yeah, unless you want just.
Well, no, I mean,
Eight
you kind of do
That's
1, 2.
four, and then, yeah,
Yeah, you,
maybe
yeah.
you have, and then you do a half. and a half.
Six or eight
pieces in
pieces,
it.
depending on what it's, how you like. Mine,
Depends on how much I
mine,
cut
two.
my pieces that big.
You know,
right?
you get a large pizza, delivered, and boy, sometimes they're cutting them pretty fast, because you get a piece this big, and right next to you.
Yeah.
And they're really not trying to gauge it
Joe,
very equally.
you went to each cut in 6 or 8 pieces. I said, oh, just 6. I couldn't eat 8.
Well, if you buy those individual pies, like the claret pie, if you cut it into 4, they're still too big because they're this tall, Oh, those are good. They're big.
Well, I think they make up for the diameter by the thickness of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought a couple of them for a friend's birthday party and it was too much for 4 people.
What's your favorite flavor?
I really like apple. Township.
Apple's my favorite.
Apple and then after that.
My mom used to make apple pie and then she had a lattice
Yeah.
crust, and that's probably my
Of
favorite.
course, you have to have ice cream on top.
Well, yeah, but you know what, my mom used to not like it as an apple pie, particularly if you warm it up. Then have a nice slice of cheddar cheese.
Yeah.
And that tart apple and the cheese, it really goes together pretty good.
Yeah.
My mom used to make a pineapple pie.
Oh, that sounds good.
And I really like that too.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I was grown up that I realized that mom always made a pie every Friday.
Really?
And she said, well, she made it for herself for the day.
Yeah. My mom baked on like all day Saturdays, I think, all day.
Yeah.
So, always had something sweet.
Okay, man, go ahead. Short.
Okay.
We're very. Ain't never done.
Did you need that? I was assuming that was you. Oh, okay. That was laying out there, so I didn't know. Okay. Okay, I just thought that was you probably. Trying to figure out what's wrong with the printer again. Okay, there it is. Okay, now it's working. Okay.
Hey, Rick. Good, how are you? Break for lunch. I hope for fees. So, good. We got our procurement rate raised to 20 grand, so that's nice. Good procurement. Yeah, well.
I'm not sure if both of you are aware, but we had some miscommunications. There isn't anything for lunch.
What? Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So if you guys.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Well, it's different than usually when we do actually call for the meeting and set it up and set up. You guys asked for the meeting and there was some miscommunication there. So I just wanted to.
No pizza.
We will make sure that gets taken care of next time when we have this.
We're gonna go grab something.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Where do you think you're gonna grab?
I don't know.
I thought when you said that a little while ago, I thought you were just joking, and I thought, no, I don't think you was.
Oh, no, I was thinking, I was ready to do
I'm sorry. We had some miscommunication on time, apparently.
We'll blame it on Greg.
Hello. How are you?
One is cool, we're all here.
Good.
Oh.
Probably not. What do you like us to have?
I only have the largest budget, we figured you're springing for lunch.
Just say so.
Something. You got 4 minutes.
Hit the mad dash down the street.
Jimmy John's supposed to be really quick.
Yeah, freaky fast.
Remember, budget comes more spending too.
We've noticed.
Nothing's cheap. Big spending.
I've heard that every year,
Big spending.
whether it's inflation or gas or whatever.
Thank you. Hi, Elizabeth. I'm gonna put you on speakerphone, man. Doing good. You guys know, so everyone knows, quit talking about Elizabeth now, she's on the line.
Oh, shoot.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Quit driving those European cars. We noticed that earlier.
No, not European, it's a Hyundai.
About the same thing.
A Hyundai.
Yeah, and I did my
I
tour.
know
I just
somebody
sit
giving
here.
a speech on the
It don't
weekend,
matter to me.
he kept doing this.
Oh, gosh.
I'm not sure what that means.
We kept doing that.
First star.
That's airplane direction.
Yeah.
Got Elizabeth on speakerphone, just so you know.
Thanks for the warning.
That's what I said, I told everyone to quit talking before I put her on speakerphone, talking about her.
Is she still driving?
A Hyundai.
What's that?
A Hyundai.
Oh, a Hyundai.
Are those made in America?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Bits and pieces. Nothing really is or isn't these days.
Yeah, what is?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. David and Mike went to grab a bite to eat because they thought we were having pizza. Yeah.
Lunch and metal lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may talk about that next time if we just do them quarterly, up to the commissioners, but we can. We don't mind arranging it.
I thought it actually came out of your guys's.
We were discussing pie, but not pizza pie, weren't we?
Well, you know, technically, it's.
That is a form of pie.
It is a form of pie, yeah.
I was gonna say, you guys do the pizza, I'll bring dessert. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll make a pie.
comes out.
I thought it was your guys.
Could be.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I think we went about it differently. I think this one was asked for by everybody instead of us actually setting it up. What? That was my thought.
Oh, Barry.
All right.
Are you gonna go to
Colorado when I came back.
Colorado? Yes, sir. I don't think so. I mean,
How's Colorado?
it was tempting to look what the price was, you know, it's pretty expensive. I mean,
Yeah.
KC paid mine.
Yeah. I came back from the one we did in 19. It was like, holy cow. It was important.
Casual Monday today?
Well,
Your business of shopping.
I'm going out to Lakeland Edition for sewer inspection. And I mean, I'm even gonna put my foot there, so I think it's gonna be muddy from the snow. Yeah, I've been getting tabs work on this all day.
I know.
You know, were you here when Mike gave his report? Yeah, Bowler, and he's like, I talked to their convention. I was the only person that morning wearing the
You were
suit.
overdressed.
Yeah, how'd you know that?
I know weed directors.
You kind of walked into that one,
I
Craig.
was the only person wearing a suit and tie in the whole room.
You kind of walked into that
Yeah, it was a lot of blue jeans. So that's okay. That's okay. I actually got a compliment how I tied my tie, which I've never been complimented with how I tied my tie.
Regular tie or bow tie?
No, regular tie.
Oh.
And then one of them said, I thought you'd wear a bow tie.
That's what I would have
go,
thought.
you see me in a bow tie? He said, well, yeah, at the KEC conference. Oh, okay.
Walked into that one too.
I didn't want to too. I did tell him it's kind of true, is that the bow tie is kind of a TGIF thing for me.
Yeah.
I wear them more Fridays than any day of the week.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to try that. Huh? But I'm sure I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
To tie it 6 times.
You know,
I contemplated it, but I just don't know.
I must say, I tie a real good, I tie a real good bow tie now.
Yeah, you do.
But it's taken me 8 years to get it to there. I mean, it was a work in
I
progress.
tie a pretty good bow tie. You know why? Because they're already tied.
Yeah,
So you just have to,
I just thought if I was gonna wear bow ties, I would.
it's perfectly symmetrical, in line, the whole.
Yeah, I just thought if I was gonna wear a bow tie, I was gonna tie my own tie.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
self-imposed challenge.
That's another challenge.
Yeah, the back of my ball.
And it's really pretty something.
It looks that way, but it
I got
don't.
my back to the.
It's a horrible trickster.
Yep.
Oh,
It's actually shot.
Ah.
You have the best seat in the
I'll
house.
say you guys did a pretty good job there in 17 minutes. that
Looks
went
like
to
you guys are
Chick-fil-A.
kind of short on bringing enough.
We asked, nobody said they wanted anything.
There's the opening, John. He said, nobody said anything. There's the opening.
I just thought when lunch wasn't being provided today, and you should have seen how fast they left the room.
Once again, Adam, no tea. No. Why? It's not a tea, that's why.
You never offered to give any money for your team.
Hey, you ready to go ahead and start, Greg? You can go ahead and start.
All right. Go ahead and get this meeting started. I guess we've got a budget or the agenda there. What have you got?
This is for the second item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the first item was the department. These are a couple items the departments had at a department head meeting. Thought it'd be good to discuss at our quarterly county commission meeting. The county commission's I'm not aware of had a topic at that point in time, and the commissioners have asked that we kind of have these at least quarterly, so those two items have been a big concern with the department heads, so
Sure.
that's what we brought up, you know, not only the development of the 2023 budget, which we think will have an impact, but also departments. I know you've gotten reports from Noxious Weed and others on how they're seeing cost increases now, and they're kind of hesitant on how this year's budget will go. So those are the discussions the board, the department heads wanted to have this year's budget, and then beware of the impacts to next year's budget proposals potentially. Of course, we all know that you guys can determine the level of the budgets, but if it's not increased somewhat, then services may be impacted. So all of them are here to discuss it with the board, or the board can ask questions.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm assuming 23, we've held everybody's budgets for 2 or 3 years, pretty flat. And with the inflation coming up, I'm sure I was expecting to hear something, but and I don't know, what does anybody think it's gonna affect this year? What's it doing to your budgets this year so far? Who can guess what it's gonna do through the rest of the year?
Yeah, I've noticed with some, you know, whether it is new supplies or some of our currents that we pay every month, like oxygen tanks, oxygen bottles, you know, that is a static bill every month, that it's almost doubled this year. You know, typically we're paying about $400 a month, $500 a month, and now we're getting close to almost $1,000 a month. So, and that's something I have to have. I mean, there's obviously no way around that, but you know, that's one that I just saw on Friday. It was just like, holy cow. And I went back and looked, yeah, those prices have all gone up because they have to replace their inventories and you know, the cost of the steel for those bottles is just skyrocketing.
And something else you had mentioned, you might want to talk about the medicines, your availability to get medicines now to mix different, and then maybe how that may impact your budget as supply and demand.
Yeah, so some of the medications that we carry are what they call pre-filled syringes. They already come mixed and ready to go, and we can't get them anymore. And we're better off than other departments. Butler County they lost the ability to get them in November, and so now we're having to buy the same amount of medication in a vial that's higher, but then it also takes syringes and needles and all of that so that we can draw those up. So the medication itself was higher, but it's also causing us to use other equipment to be able to use this. And they're one-time use only. You can't put a date on it and say it's good for 2 days or 3 days. It's one-time use. So we're running into that. And so it's not just the medication, but it's all the supplies that go along with that administration. So, we're having to go back to alcohol swabs instead of what they're called chloroprens, because you can't get chloroprens anymore. So we're going old school and going with alcohol swabs. So it's just, we're seeing it just across the board in anything pharmaceutical.
For me, I have options, when it comes to chemicals, we provide chemical cells and a cost share. And I really have to weigh buying chemicals at current market price as opposed to maybe suspending sale of chemical for a year and then buying chemical next year at a more reasonable price. I'm very reluctant to spend 25 a gallon on some of the chemical I sell and then get stuck with it moving forward. But frankly, the market's made a decision for me as I reported this morning. I can't get chemical right now, but I question, do we as a county look at, suspending some things like cost share for citizens as opposed to trying to spend a good portion higher of my budget to fill those obligations. And I'm kind of looking for some feedback from the commission on what really you would like to see done or something like that. Do we just move forward and go as business as usual, just spend whatever the market demands? Or do we maybe look at suspending some of those services for a year or two, or however long it takes for the market to
I think you gotta kind of each step of the way there, kind of look at it and see what seems to be sensible and practical. It may be a combination of both. The reality too is everything that you're describing, everybody else is going through the same thing too. So it's not just Riley County. So some cases, maybe somebody has to make a practical choice of not buying those chemicals for things to make up something in their own or their own budget or another business's budget or something as well. So, I mean, there's complications with that across the board. So yeah, it's difficult. No doubt about it, but yeah, we're struggling along just like everybody. I guess I have a personal side in there, but typical grocery bill, I'm pretty, I pretty much got the needs and stuff that I need, and it's gone up like 33%. I went back and checked the checkbook, and this time last year compared to now, it's about a 33% difference. So it's across the board with everything. So. I think probably the difficulty for most of you is you've planned and prepared a budget, and you've probably put a 3-5% kind of increase throughout maybe the year or something like that throughout most of it. And everything that you're describing isn't 3 to 5%, it's 50, 60, 70%. And that's a much different, has to give you a much different process in which to work with this. So I understand that. I don't know specifically what that answer is moving forward, but I think we're all aware of it.
Ours is gonna be fuel. Just in the first few months of the year, fuel prices were up 50-60%.
Yeah.
Over $1 per gallon for $1.05 for gas and $1.10 for diesel. That was just 3 weeks ago.
Right.
When I went out and picked up these numbers. And so it hit the last 20-30 seconds.
And that one's the big one because that one influences just about everything else down the line.
As of right now, at those prices, our fuel budget using the same fuel is up $65,000 over what I budgeted. And I guess it's probably closer to 80, 90 now after the last increase. We're going to bid sealing wool and chips on the 14th, and then the asphalt overlay project on the 17th. And depending on where those come, man, I might be coming back to you to waive one of them or the other. Not do it this year.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if some of those, you just have to, some of the projects, you're gonna have to cut off some of them this year, and I know we have regular maintenance for all those roads.
And these are on a regular maintenance schedule.
Yeah.
Project, so bumping ceiling will double what we need. We're 10 to 20 miles a year. Next is 20, 30 miles next year if we try to make up for it. 10 miles of road overlay at a little over $1 million. We may be well over $1 million this time for the 6 months. We've already started. The guys are cutting back on into 410s early. Hopefully they're carpooling more instead of buying pickups or maybe hopefully 3 on the side, just to get as many in the vehicle as possible. Try to make the few trips into town to pick up supplies. We're aware of that now. We're trying to get that off. Those things, the oil, just for servicing, as well as road oils are going to be. So we'll do later on. As well as the other stuff like striping, paint stripe. $1.50 a gallon increase over last year.
Is it $1.50?
$1.50.
Okay. Yeah.
And we do center line and edge line, so it's a lot of, we cut back on edge lines. Just do center. Those are kind of issues we're looking at.
So Tammy, seeing much in general or hearing much from other departments or seeing much in your day-to-day work on increases in cost or talking to the various departments for this year?
Well, even coroner, they've increased our costs on the coroner transport and the autopsies. The autopsies went up quite a bit. Juvenile detention, they're going to go back up. So while it's still low now, I don't know when that date is going to be. Of course, we haven't had anything come in on budget yet, but I'm assuming when you see your appropriations, they're going to be increased as well. So yeah, I mean, I've seen shortage on what we've expected and what's coming in, which we addressed somewhat this morning with the procurement.
Our insurance.
Excuse me?
Insurance.
Yeah.
On our equipment.
Well, yeah, so I mean, that's something we're just getting ready to renew insurance in April. And so when I put the information out to the departments on their values for vehicles, I strongly encourage them to value what they're seeing today. Because we'll get hit if you buy something in January and you have something happen in July, just in that short of a time frame. If you don't have that 80% co-insurance, then you get dinged, and all of a sudden now you're having to pay additional dollars to replace it. So they've really been scouring through those numbers trying to get something accurate. But what that means is the premium's going to increase. So, and I have worked with Greg McHenry on the building values, and he told me he was seeing 3 to 5% increases easily. So that's what I increased the values for the buildings when I submitted that as well, which again will increase premium.
Yeah, this is real concerning because we're like 3 months into the budget and we're already way over, and I'm wondering, the feds are talking about raising interest rates, so we might be getting more interest rates and we might be able to use
Could make up that much of a difference. I don't think that 0.35% or whatever that was. I don't see us being able to use that as leverage to make up all of this.
Yeah, but there's gotta be some way we can kind of get through the year.
There is good news. I mean, right now, if you recall with the CARES funding, we recaptured costs by a lot of reimbursing of salaries that were already budgeted in the past. So those dollars weren't actually allocated, or in other words, they were left over that you are still paying COVID costs right now. Out of those dollars that we still had remaining, there's about just under 1.9 million. So you do have some funds that will help capture some of those costs. So you're not going to get in a shortage type situation as long as that 1.9 can absorb all of it.
Question with that. It come to my attention late last week that with the new omnibus bill, the federal government is wanting to potentially take those funds back.
That's our budget.
That's our budget.
Okay,
So
it's not anything
the
else. Okay.
original CARES funds that we
Okay.
got. And
Okay.
like I said, it was completely eligible costs. They
Right.
recaptured like the EMS salaries. And
I read that wrong. They said the way I was listed to me was all of those funds.
No, well, the CARES funds is done. We've accounted for all the dollars that we captured and everything was eligible. According to the federal government, there's no CARES funds left.
Okay.
I've continued to track them just because I knew they were there, previously allocated to salaries, which would give you some flexibility to not have to tap into your budgets on some of these COVID costs that are still happening.
And I was on a NACO or a NACFO call last week where we had a NACO report, and she reported on that they're really looking at starting at the state level to pull back.
They are.
Those.
County actually will be the very last one. It would go state, municipality, tribal, then county would be the last. Yeah, I did catch that.
So we're attributing all these most of these increased costs to the pandemic then.
I can't think of anything else.
Is that how it has to be allocated in the ARPA funds? I'm not sure that.
Are you talking the ARPA or are you talking these old COVID funds that I'm?
No, the one you're talking about ARPA, but.
Okay, going forward, so potentially under your revenue loss, you really don't have any stipulations.
Okay.
So as long as you have enough funds to capture everything you want to, that's where you'll have to prioritize. You know, what are your priorities with that revenue loss? So, and from our discussions, EMS building is the EMS, EM dispatch center is your number one priority. So once you have the cost on that, something associated that you can take those funds away, then you're gonna know more about what you have left, because you're also looking at the North County as potential dollars. At this point, you've allocated 800,000 to Keats, but you don't really know where that's going, so it could be more dollars that's necessary for that.
We've got
97,000 to Fairmont to finish up that project, so.
We're gonna have to look at something for two new fire stations in University Park and Ashland, as part of that.
So you have a long list, but you just have to determine what your priority is, and your biggest dollar one is going to be that EMS building, which will tell you a lot about what you have left after that point. So beyond that, there are specific stipulations, and it's much harder to fit these kind of things in those categories. So really, your revenue loss is your key component where you can capture some of those costs beyond that 1.9 million that's already sitting out there that has no more federal stipulations attached to it.
So I get the indication with these couple of calls I was on last week that we need to use it. I think gentleman from Widow O'Brien's back in October was saying it's time to use it, time to quit sitting on it. So we need to make those priorities along the way with all of it, just all of it.
And so with the government, you have that $10 million revenue loss that you can automatically capture. So you can do that, or at this point in time, I've already captured, I think it's 9.8 million in these last 2 years. So you're already almost to that 10 million point, so it might serve the county better to go ahead and capture the next 2 years if there's any additional revenue loss, which might bump you over that 10 million. Now, the thing is even if there is absolutely no more, you can still capture the 10 million, even though we're at 9.8 right now at this point in time. So there's some things to consider moving forward as well, but bottom line, you do have 10 million that you can use in that revenue loss category.
But just clarifying the CARES, you said you've already have submitted stuff saying or justifying all that we've got received.
Yeah, so the CARES from the Spark Fund from the state, that was in 2020. And we had to have everything closed out by March of 2021. So the last piece that we captured was the EMS salaries, because we didn't originally anticipate we were going to do that, but it was such a short timeline that we got down to that last bit that we needed to capture those costs and close it out. So because it was an eligible cost, EMS salaries were what we recaptured as reimbursed costs for that CARES.
Okay. But you're saying we basically got 1.9 million of that
our budget was already
that was in our budget, that we
Right.
charged it, I guess, to
Right.
the CARES money.
Correct. And so with that, then you have those funds
Get
that,
a little bit of cushion.
because you had the budgeted costs and they were already covered with that norm, then you have these dollars available to spend elsewhere.
Now,
With
how
no
do we-
more stipulations.
And how do you push that? How do we spend that as?
I guess we'd have to go through an amendment process budget wise, correct? I was gonna ask the
For the
same question.
1.9?
Yeah.
No, so when we did the 22 budget, I had those in there. So they're under the general fund to be recaptured. The 1.9 million is part of your budget. It's just that we're just tracking it so we know what we actually ended up spending those costs on it. We wouldn't even have to do that, but I'm kind of a nerd that way and I like to continue to keep track of those things. So if you have questions, I wouldn't have to go back and look it up. I'd already have it captured.
Did you let Gary County know that you're a nerd like that?
I think they got that.
Okay.
So it is all there and,
So we just have to
$200.
budget adjustments then basically
the thing you have to be careful with those kind of monies are one-time money.
Mhm.
So if you
Right.
budget them for other things and then
Right.
you don't have them next year, so then it's generally best to use those on larger capital items that are one-time items. But yeah, we can use
But
it.
to cover some of these the inflated costs this year, you know.
If it's this year and those
This
inflated
year.
costs go down.
Well,
is
I
the risk you
then we
take.
got,
And I don't,
we
I,
try to guess what's gonna happen next.
I actually think it's because of most of these funds to start with that inflation is high.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like a hamster on a wheel. It's just kind of spinning and chasing itself. So, and I don't see that going away soon. I mean, eventually it will bounce back up, but I'm thinking 3-5 years potentially. Or at least that's everything I read. And I guess I go with that more so than my own intuition, I guess, because there are other people that are smarter, believe it or not.
But you will have it to cover you for the 2022 budget,
Okay.
and then going into the 2023 budget, you can evaluate whether you need to add those additional costs in there.
And like I say, that extra money, because I know that's, Dave, you said that's what you thought. There's a lot of people using that money for ambulances. And that's why
Right.
there's a 2-year, the price has gone up and you got a 2-year waiting because everybody else said, oh, that's a place to spend it.
Yeah, and that's
Maybe
what
we
they
got some
did.
old ambulances, we can get them fixed up.
That's what they did. They're
It's
buying-
always about David.
It is. If you could tell my wife that, I'd appreciate it.
No, she'll have to hear it on the live stream later. I'm not gonna go
My
there.
teenage daughters.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there.
So, and then I guess the other part of that is the impact and preparation from the commissioners, the memo that you always like for us to get out to the departments on the budget baseline. Because I think if it's typical, keep it as flat as possible, that will be difficult to do for 2023.
Like I said, I expect, the way things are going now.
Yeah.
Not, we'd like to say, no, not to keep flat, everybody reduce it. But I think
We've done that.
we've exposed for a couple of years and now the prices are going over. It's
Department heads have anything else for the board on costs 2022, 2023? Before we move on to the next subject. Okay, commissioners, the next one is competitive pay scale, salary increases for county staff recruitment and retention. Here's some information that Elizabeth and Tammy have put together. This isn't by no means something for you to digest now. It's just information. Talking points I'd like to talk about today. Elizabeth, get this on the agenda. Your date and time soon to talk more in depth about these matters. Been a subject of concern, Budget and Finance Committee and also the overall Department Head Committee. And Elizabeth, I guess if that's okay with the chairman, I'll let Elizabeth kind of start the discussion.
Sure.
You there, Elizabeth? Oh, okay.
I am. I wasn't sure if they approved it. Okay, so I guess I would like to talk about wherever you have the most questions. I think across the board, a good overview statement is that right now we are not as competitive as we have traditionally been. There are quite a few municipalities, so the city, a couple counties, RCPD, that have all been doing pay studies and have either already enacted or are on the verge of requesting increases in salaries. So that will make us even a little bit less competitive. I also think it's important to look at who we're competing with as far as our recruitment and retention. So a lot of times that's going to be the private industry as well. So I kind of wanted you to just see in hard numbers where we are as far as what kinds of positions fit in what pay grades. And then I wanted you to so to have a really quick, super quick, not comprehensive overview of, hold on a second.
Helper.
Yes, I do have a helper, but he's supposed to be playing in a park. Anyhow, I just want to ask you look at where we are in the local community some positions that require like a high school degree, 1 year or less of experience. And there are some positions that are paying what we are paying or lower, but there are quite a few more that are above what we are paying. And so you got that information in the packet. I also asked Tammy just to help me get an overview of our last, it goes back to 2016, so not quite 10 years, but you can get an idea of what we've approved for COLA versus what the actual inflation has done, and that kind of helps you see where we've been. One of the biggest concerns, or I think effects, is similar to what you were talking about previously, is that with the pandemic and with our current situation, the actual inflation effect that we're feeling is 5.1%, and we did a COLA increase of 1%, which was accurate looking back at the time, but now when we look back at the average for 12 months, it's significantly more. So our employees are experiencing that. The other issue is that we've got a really tight labor market, and whenever there's a tight labor market, we have several million people that have left the labor market in the U.S. Well, then of course, competition for that smaller market gets higher. So we've got a lot of local businesses that are offering more than our minimum salary. There's a lot of information in there about how that affects our organization, but I think the two main things we really want to think about are not just recruitment, but also retention. We've been working in a couple departments, and I'll just mention, particularly at this exact moment, treasurers and public works stand out. But if we hire people right now today at less than our current employees are making, we're not getting them. So, we've had several offers go out for mechanics and operators that were turned down because they could go and make $1 or more, sometimes significantly more, at another place. And so, but we're kind of limited because we've started our other employees at step 1 or 2 of our current scale. And how can we then retain our really good quality employees if we offer a new person more than that person who's been here for a year or 2 years or potentially even 3 years, doing the same or similar job. So it does become quite a detailed, and you can kind of go down, just start going down the steps. If you can't just start with recruitment, it's then also we have to focus on retaining our current employees. And there are employees that, particularly if they're, probably step 5 and below, they could leave our county and go apply for a new job and make more money than they are making right now in this industry. Now, the pendulum might turn back, but that is the way it is right now. So we've got that situation. Now, our people who have been here 15, 18, 20 years, maybe they couldn't step out and make more money in a similar job with, the same education and experience requirements. But we also know that we value that experience and knowledge, and we don't want to compress those years of experience down to the point where, someone with 5 years experience is making almost the same. So very, very complex questions. And I did put some, I thought it might be interesting for you just to know like the cost of turnover. Obviously it hurts us every time we lose an employee, but that you can also put a monetary value on turnover, which is difficult. We could at Riley County get that very specific if we spend a significant amount of time tracking our time. But I will tell you that SHRM uses several resources, and that they quoted the turnover cost for an entry-level hourly position at about $3,500. So those are positions that are requiring high school or less, 1 year or less of experience, and are entry level. So just that turnover is $3,500, and I did kind of extrapolate using that number of where we are for this year and where we look to be, and we really do need to focus on our retention as well, because we're spending, almost $300,000 is the estimate of what we would spend this year on the turnover that we've seen in the first 2 months of this year. And that is a low number because that's only using entry level. It's obviously much more expensive to hire someone in a mid-manager or supervisor level, let alone a director level. So I've got some ideas, some solutions. We probably need to look at total compensation. There's a lot of ideas out there. When I say total compensation, that in my mind does include salaries, but it also includes things potentially, as you all would deem appropriate, of a flexible work week, a work from home policy, some other benefits and perks like education reimbursements, or just even incentives for continuing down your career path. So if I would go get a new, just use myself as an example, a new HR license, potentially get a bonus for that. Same thing if it was an operator that would get a new, another, like a mechanic that has the ASE certification, if they would get the next level, maybe give them something. There's a lot of thoughts about how we can touch what our employees are looking for, but those are some of the ideas that I've put together, and it's again a complex problem.
Well, I think one of the bigger problems that we're going to see, it's not going to be just this year and next year. It's just, and Elizabeth can probably back me up on this one, is generational. There's a large portion of the baby boomer generation that's moving out of the equation, and there's just simply not enough moving back into it. For quite some time now, I think we're all thinking, well, why is everybody sitting at home? Why isn't everybody working? Why isn't everybody? And that's part of it, but part of it is there's about a 25% difference there. I mean, there's 25% of the workforce they don't exist. They literally just do not exist. So whether they're supposedly at home in their parents' basement or whatever, that's not the case either. They're just not there. So everybody, private sector, public sector, everybody included, is going to have to surely change some things there to, one, stay operational, and two, to kind of move forward in the future in that manner. And I don't know what that answer is. I really, really don't. That's not a pandemic issue either. That was going to happen at some particular point in time. I think the other variables with the pandemic added to this really create a real difficult situation, but that one was coming. And I know technological advances, some other things will maybe across the way help offset that a little bit, but I don't think you're going to get to that threshold. So I don't know what all that means. Some people have to scale back operations, really prioritize services, not because of profit and not because they need to save money, just because you may just out of sheer attrition not have any choice. I don't know.
You're always blaming it on the boomers.
No, there's just so many. There's just so damn many of you. That's all the problem is.
I had to look on that.
No,
I've been reading that. I mean, there's been articles on that for 5 or 10 years saying there's a big group of people that are retiring.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford, you said that really well, because it has been a problem. And just like Commissioner McKinley just said, we've known this problem was going to come for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
However, what happened is the pandemic hit, and now it's become an immediate situation, right? And so now we lost even more people than expected. And I've got the numbers in that packet of how many million people stepped out of the workplace. So now we're saying we knew this was a problem, and we were getting there, and then bam, the pandemic pushed us over the edge. And right now, we actually just can't even fill some of the positions that we had. So we're talking about immediate need versus coming need. But you're not wrong. It's not going to change. We are going to have to look at doing things differently, offering different services, offering different perks, offering different ways to really entice people to work at Riley County.
Yeah, I just, once again, I just kind of use my own, I guess, personal preference here, but I work out at Florence. They've been dealing with this since about mid last summer. They've made shifts in scales. They've made shifts in salaries. They've added some benefits, bonuses, however you want to define that. And we're still not filling positions. People aren't beating down the door to take those jobs and opportunities. And it's not an issue. I mean, this is an issue of just ground floor. This is just come in and work. You can be trained, you can learn, you can do all that. Still not having a large effect. We've got some people in some of our departments that are working 5 10-hour days and being asked to work Saturdays to keep up with that. That's not a sustainable model. It's not a sustainable model financially to do, because you're paying out all the overtime, and not really getting your production needs met in that process. When you talk about efficiencies and times and dates and all those sort of things, you just don't make up the difference. But it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So I'm more than willing to look at some other options, some other creative, innovative things if indeed that'll work. But I do think at some point in time, I'm not saying 2022 or 2023, but at some point in time, gonna have to look at that, just loss of actual people there. No matter what you do, that's when I just don't see how you're gonna work around longer term. 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
But to
Well, I
this,
don't know if anyone else has another solution, but I guess one of the things I would recommend we consider is thinking about potentially, if a wage increase is something that, is on the table, maybe to soften the blow for 2023, potentially think of a mid-year wage increase in 2022, because, right now, if I was just off the cuff, I would be recommending about a 4.1% to the right increase, just to keep up with the cost of living. So maybe soften the blow a little in 2022. And I don't know if this is going to be a popular suggestion, but I also would like to see not a complete compensation study, but a salary study. It's just a good data on where are the same jobs in the market, and not talking about if any of you have been there for the previous one. I'm not talking about going through our job descriptions. I'm not talking about detailing percentages and all of those things, but just taking our job and our pay scale and saying, hey, where are we competitively and where do we need to be?
that was my next question. That was my question before you started there, that, do you do, and I don't know, you read about doing pay surveys, and like some of them, they go back and, like you said, rewrite descriptions. Is there a more basic one?
Yeah, we talked about it actually for a couple of years. Actually, Cindy Volante and I had talked about it many times, that we needed to just adjust the pay scale, because for over 2 years, many of us haven't been able to start entry-level positions at a step 1. To get them here, we've had to start them at a step 3 or 4. And Cindy Volante agreed, and I think Elizabeth would too. Our first 3 steps are really irrelevant in this market. And so Commissioner Ford, when he was chair, I had talked with him, and I don't know if he talked with Cindy Volante, but yeah, we can hire someone. I think the current consultant, McGrath, had given us a quote, and I was actually surprised how low it was for just a salary, not a job review, classification, rewrite your job descriptions, but I think it was 15,000 or less. We were expecting a lot more. Commissioner Ford and I had said, well, let's kind of see what RCPDs in the cities comes out. And with our internal knowledge of Cindy Volante at that time, or Elizabeth, we can really kind of assess, where we're at. And there are some programs that Elizabeth and I have looked at that do just that with your local basin market, and kind of give you comparatively where the salary should be. So yes, you can contract with someone. It'll cost you, from what I've seen, probably 15 to 30,000, or do it internal with information from other entities around that have already gone through that exercise, because it's a public record. But the problem you always have is then certain taxpayers and even county commissioners, when you come through with that, you may say, oh, it's kind of the fox watching a hen house. Well, yeah, they want this increase, but they did it internally, and so that's why, unfortunately, sometimes, as I say, hire someone from 50 miles with a briefcase, and you'll take their recommendation, even if it was the same that internal staff did, but you got to write them a big fat check.
Yeah, I think the mindset's a little different now, though, Rich. I think if you really explain what you're doing, what your principle and your purpose is, I think everybody's in this same boat. They're going to understand that a little bit. You've got varying groups, but I think you use some of the foundational approach that's already there and available right there, and develop at least a strategy. Maybe that isn't the direction, and maybe ultimately you do need to spend $30,000-$40,000 on whatever it ends up being at that particular point in time, and go that route. But at least foundationally, you start kind of, because we're already talking about that. We've already been talking about that. I think we've already leveraged that those probably first 3 steps. They're null and void at this point in time.
Well, that's what
Do you need to pay $40,000 to figure that part out? Can you make those changes internally, or
Well, that's
and
what
then
Elizabeth and I
continue to develop
talked
it
about.
through?
We could hire McGrath for what, 15 to 20,000 to tell us what we already know.
Right.
And can't you set the parameters
And
so
we
we
can-
already know this, what's beyond that?
And we can, on top of that, bring, whatever the city ends up doing in RCPD, and say, okay, commissioners, based, and here's their information, and here's additional information that we gathered, what we would recommend.
I think that'd be a good place to start and see. And then if you think, if not happy with it, have to find someone else. But
I mean, if it really uncovers that we're really, I mean, really behind the 8 ball throughout, then we got to look to do something else. But
And I don't know how much time would be involved in doing that.
So that's, can I just mention one thing, and I'm not disagreeing with Rich, because everything you said has been, I would agree with is accurate. The only thing that I would point out, for you to just have it aware of before you make a decision is that the problem with just kind of doing that, we can do that, we can move the pay scale, what we have said, we can look at that information and say, okay, we're gonna kind of move every 3 steps or 4 steps. What we would find out if we went outward is that potentially some positions are actually right where they should be. Some positions need a little bit of an increase. Some positions need a lot of an increase. But I know, for example, when just talking in a very casual, informal way with the city of Manhattan, their increase, this recommendation was less than they expected it to be. However, there were certain positions. She said one position, the recommendation is 47% increase, because that position in the market is not hireable at the rate that they have. And whereas maybe the majority are going to be somewhere in this, like maybe 12 to 15%, I don't know that. I won't be able to know that by just moving everybody in the pay scale. And maybe that's okay. Maybe you're okay with that. I just want you to be aware of it and make this conscious decision. I might not be able to identify all those things. And then the secondary thing I would just point out is that all of those things can be done internally. I think we have the knowledge, we have the ability. We just need to make sure we set the right amount of time apart, because operationally there's 2 of us in HR and we are slammed. So just kind of not complaining, just letting you know.
But that's why I said, if you use the city and RCPDs, all of that would be identified.
Right.
Any single jump increase is already identified in theirs, and then you can look at it with that information plus our own information is what I had said.
Well, and that's, I wasn't saying do what a certain percent all the way through. Like I say, you need by different classifications with different jobs have different amount. And that's why I was asking how much time to do it ourselves. How much time is that going to take off of other things versus hiring
I don't
someone?
have a good answer for that, but I can look at that. And
It's something to look into. Yeah, I'm not asking for an answer right
Well,
now.
like you were talking about a mid-year adjustment, so I mean, any of those official things wouldn't take place until July, so at least you have that window. I mean, I'm not gonna say that works or doesn't work, but I'm just.
Right, the mid-year adjustment would be much smaller than the overall potentially, but yeah, I mean, it could be done, and it also depends on when the city and RCPD release theirs publicly. I'm not aware that they've been released publicly.
Yeah, RCPDs, I think, is coming on this next meeting, which is the 21st.
I think RCPD's is the 21st or 22nd, and Manhattan was scheduled for that, but they said they're gonna push it back.
Yeah.
And they both use outside agencies, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why did they not use internal?
You'd have to talk to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I like the idea of some people that aren't related to the organization to analyze it as opposed to the internal. I think it's a lot of time expected of our department heads and our people that our employees to take time out of limited time they have to do that. So I don't know.
Both their options.
No, I just
externally before is how we've always done it.
I just think that the conversation has existed enough over the last few years that I've been here that I think there's some things that we already know that we can use some of those tools to figure out. And then, you're probably not going to get away with having to do something external too. I think it's going to be kind of a balanced, interwoven process of both, probably. I mean,
And understand today wasn't, to get any action from the board on where you want to go. Elizabeth will get this on the agenda for a time to discuss in detail and bring back additional information for the board, because there's been a lot of discussions even in the last week on what some of the local retailers have done for local wages just starting that are significant. Will blow your socks off on what some of these college kids are getting paid to start just to show up to work. And part of our discussion we talked to Commissioner Ford about is, there are other alternatives, maybe flexible work schedule, but then also Public Works is a prime example, 4 10-hour days. I mean, people, and I contend all generations are valuing work-life balance more. But we, being servants to the public, have to think of the public as well. And so we've discussed that in budget and finance as possibility. Cindy Galante and I had discussed that. So it's been long-term discussions on other solutions other than just pay as well. I think it's twofold.
I think what you have to understand, and I'm speaking generationally once again, don't take offense, but most of the older generations, including my own, you went to work, you worked, and you worked with the idea that you're going to have a future at some point in time. And I was discussing this with Rich like a week or so ago, but I took my grandmother, for instance, she graduated high school. She started out working for Southwestern Bell, worked for 35 years, retired when she was 55. Basically had 35 years of retirement, worked for 35 years and had 35 years to spend after that. That's not the case for everybody anymore. My last Social Security statement states that I won't retire, can't retire, and can't get those full, or not full benefits, so like 30% of the total amount. We won't get into that, but that's 74. Now, ladies and gentlemen, none of the males that have preceded me have ever made it out of their 70s. What am I, just as a younger member of Gen X, actually working for? I mean, most of your generations now, they're working for the moment. They're not necessarily working for the future because there's not a lot of confidence that that's going to actually be there. And so that's a different perspective than all of this on top of everything else, but it is real. It's certainly real.
I think a lot of the younger generation sees it that way, excuse me.
Yeah, I do too, but you look at the older generations, the boomers, their retirement is just it's really just tightening up on all of them, a lot. So they want to go back to work at 80, it's like.
Well, they can make $25 working at Target, at least it'll be easy.
Yeah, right. But
I kind of wanted to back up just to a point that Rich had made earlier about how the departments are all having to hire at step 2, step 3. I am one of the departments that have held pretty firm to only hiring at step 1. And it is becoming, now that I have 3 open positions in my department, is becoming increasingly aware that it's very hard to hire at that step 1. I value my employees tremendously, and I don't want to lose them, the ones that I have. And hiring somebody in at a step 2 or a step 3. And over the last 5 years, I've had 6 customer service rep 1s leave. So it doesn't give me it's not even like I have a lot of cushion of a lot of longevity people that are already making quite a bit. So if I brought them in at step 2 or step 3, they're going to feel it right away. But I've got 2 rep 1s, and I had a car last week and I pulled it because I wanted to hear this conversation. What I was asking for was just trying to bring my grade Fs, step 2s with very similar longevity as other departments up to that level. So that gave me some cushion to bring in a couple, 2, 3 new people. I'm not saying I'm going to hire them at step 2 or step 3, but if they're an excellent candidate and I feel like I can get them on and keep them, I'm going to have to do that. My budget could absorb what I was proposing. I just think even if we just, do a salary study and just bump everybody up, my people are still going to be behind because I've held firm to this hiring at step 1, not necessarily looking at what the job market was doing. And so I just would like to bring that up, that I still would like to bring that recommendation back to the board.
Well, the only problem with that recommendation is then we're still going to have to take that and go across broad lines too, because that's.
Sure, I understand that.
So we just need to have a little bit more of a depth and comprehensive discussion. Maybe that is kind of a platform or a foundation to maybe do that, but we need to see how then that looks across the entire broad picture, because we may lose people in another department because of that too. And overall, that may or may not do us any good.
Okay, well, we have several examples though of people with the exact same longevity making more than what some of my entry level people are. And so I guess I really would like to, I think I'm going to be stuck behind the 8 ball. I think I'm going to have to potentially lose employees to bring new ones in. And I just don't like that either.
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Ford said. that was on the agenda, and I talked with Shiloh about it. Elizabeth did as well. And that's the problem when you make individual solutions, is because, and I told Elizabeth, and this just frankly, we will hear about this, within 30 minutes, I heard from someone about a position, and then the next morning, Elizabeth heard from multiple people concerned about that in other departments, why may they potentially get a raise and we not, and you can't look at all step ones as equivalent. I don't look at placing step one just because they're a new person. It's based on their previous experience. So not all step one, not all beginning employees are equivalent.
And I understand
And so
that.
you have to take that into account. And so it's just better to look overall at a holistic solution for all employees, because this isn't a new problem. Shiloh, I was glad she brought that up because we needed to have this discussion.
Yeah.
Cindy Valenti and I have been talking to the commissioners about it a little bit. Elizabeth and I have, the department heads have, and something needs to be done for sure.
Well, and I think, like I said, I can understand getting someone outside to do it, but if the city and RCPD, theirs should become public in the next couple of weeks, even just reviewing that, that's a first step for us,
Well, I mean,
just to see where we are.
Yeah, even some of our state and national associations should have some potential foundational information that could help develop this a little bit. And we probably aren't going to get away with having to do something specific. I got you on that, but it's hard to explain to people, well, we're spending money to try to basically increase money or try to find a better way of going about it, however you want to look at that. And, I think you need to start from where you're at, analyze it, be comprehensive about it, figure out if you can make some quick changes to kind of work up on the fly, and then kind of develop something a little bit more in-depth, strategic, comprehensive, whatever adjective you want to throw in that place, and work on it off of that. And it's not gonna be a 2-week, a 3-week, or 3-4 month type of process. It's going to take some time, and we have to make some adjustments in there depending on what happens with the market itself. So,
I am perfectly fine either way. Like I said, every other time we've done it, we've hired an outside third party. So we're completely comfortable doing that. The thing is, it's kind of like you said, we had those discussions, we talked about it, so I'm pretty familiar with the market. Another local public entity just paid for a study, and I think was somewhat pretty heavily criticized for being told what we already knew. And so.
Then maybe in this early process discussion, discuss both of them and see what becomes the best option too. At least you've had this dialogue openly and respectively, and we're not hiding behind anything.
And we will bring you this information for, as
Sure.
always, we have unlimited power of suggestion for you, the board, to direct us on what you would prefer to do.
Do we know, can I ask on these studies, do they look at benefits at all? And we mentioned time away from work, leave time. Leave time is one of those things that definitely the younger generation or just my employees can stay. Not talking extended leave, sorry.
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm just talking leave time, but is that something that they look at? Because I know RCPD and the state, the city offers a pretty nice vacation package and that sort of thing. And I know the state during COVID was take the next 4 weeks off. It's kind of crazy sometimes.
I think most of everybody's probably public and privately have burned up all their leave over the last 2 years. So whatever it is you do there, you're probably starting very primitive, but
I'm
it is
just
what it
asking
is.
maybe as we look at that study, because folks are looking at the leave time that they get. Here, we get a bump of leave time 1 year, and then you've got to essentially wait a decade before you see another one. And I would personally like to see maybe a bump at about the 5-year mark. Again, in the interest of trying to retain some employees. It's nice if at 5 years you get an extra week of vacation a year. That is something people look at. And that's something that obviously we lose productivity for that week, but I would argue you get a happier employee and you might make that up. And that's not something that really impacts the budget as much to maybe increase leave time a little bit. It doesn't have quite the financial impact, and that's a way we can kind of help move the needle a little bit.
Any consultant will look at whatever we want them to as much as we want to pay them. But when you address just annual leave, you're not going to be able to just address annual leave because ESL will come up. So understand that.
I just wanted, I would just mention that, oh, I'm so sorry. I would just mention that Mr. Boulder and I have talked about that. He's not the only supervisor that has brought that up. And that is part of what I would be referring to with that total compensation. And so, we would be talking about PTO, we'd be talking about salary, we'd be talking about all the other benefits and perks. I mean, we have good health insurance, but maybe we don't have, some of those other things like a retention or an education or a work from home or a flexible work schedule. Those 410s and what Commissioner Ford said is true. I mean, we're looking for work-life balance now. And when I say we, I'm talking about collectively, the American workforce. And so those are all really good things to look at. I've looked at it very lightly with the PTO particularly, and just like Rich said, we've got to put those two things together, and potentially it's something where we look at those new hires, because that's usually where our challenge is. And we do have quite a few people who have no leave in their bank and have no cushion if something would happen. So that would be something to potentially look at.
Sounds like there'll be lots more to come.
Place to start.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have a 1 o'clock, so.
I think he's here. No one here.
There's somebody-
No,
No,
there's someone here.
I was gonna say,
Okay, there was someone here that said earlier.
I think you want-
Oh, is that who he's looking for? Yeah. No.
We have
that's it.
Okay.
We already adjourned.
Thank
We're
you.
good.
Oh, okay.
You did. You did.
Is that-
Thanks, Elizabeth.